scheduled on 6 specific turbines. It is time limited for a maximum of 2 years. With the issue of turbine maintenance taken off the table, Putin has nothing left to hide behind. When the flow of gas slows down, the world now knows with certainty that it was Putin's decision and his alone. La Russie a prouvé au monde qu'elle ne peut pas être un partenaire économique.
Russia has proven to the world that they cannot be a reliable economic partner. Europeans do not want to depend on Russia anymore. They also know that they want to accelerate the green transition. Canada, as a good ally, must respond. We are working closely with Germany and other European partners to find solutions to the energy crisis in Europe. In doing so, we must also maintain our greenhouse gas reduction targets. My colleague, Jonathan Wilkinson, the Minister of Natural Resources, will have much more to say about these conversations. In closing, I want to reiterate once again Canada's unwavering support for Ukraine. We will continue to provide the Ukrainians with what they need to defend themselves against Russian aggression. I now turn the floor over to my colleague and friend, Minister Wilkinson. Thank you all.
Minister Wilkinson, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair. I certainly welcome this opportunity to discuss Putin's failed attempt to use turbine engines to divide the alliance, opposing his unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine. The turbine matter, as Minister Joly pointed out, was a difficult and a complex decision. The facts are well established. In June, Siemens Canada applied to Global Affairs Canada with an urgent request to continue scheduled services and maintenance of Russian A65 turbine engines at its facilities in Montreal, the only facility in the world capable of providing these services. L'Allemagne et l'Union européenne ont exprimé.
Germany and the European Union expressed in the strongest possible terms their desire to see Canada return the turbines.
The turbines as an excuse for shutting down gas flows to Europe. The blame for this would be placed on Canada and on Western Europe. European countries were very clear that should the turbine not be returned, it would become significantly more challenging to maintain domestic support for Ukraine, threatening a split in the alliance. Ukraine, on the other hand, urged Canada not to return the turbines, concerned it would signal to Putin and the world a weakening in Western resolve to maintain economic sanctions against Russia. The trap that Putin was trying to set by weaponizing the Nord Stream pipeline was obvious. Don't return the turbines, such that Canada and the West are likely to be blamed for reducing the gas flow to Europe and risking dividing the alliance, or return the turbine and risk a perceived weakening in the alliance's resolve regarding sanctions. Let me say this very plainly to this committee today. Canada will never aid Putin in dividing the alliance that supports Ukraine. We and our allies remain united in steadfast support of the people of Ukraine, and we will not weaken our resolve in imposing punishing sanctions on the Russian regime. Pendant l'examen de cet enjeu, je me suis...
During consideration of these issues, I spoke multiple times with my counterparts in Ukraine, Germany, and the European Union. Our conversations included consideration of potential alternatives to take the gas towards Europe.
Allow the return of the turbines to Germany. Let me underline why. First, returning the turbine eliminated Putin's excuse for holding Europe hostage to gas supplies. The German Chancellor just a few days ago stated that thanks to Canada, quote, we were able to call Putin's bluff. With the turbine ready to be delivered, it is up to Russia to resume their contractual obligations. If Russia decides not to live up to its contractual obligations, then let this be crystal clear to the whole world. Thanks to Canada, this will now be the case, end quote. He went on to say that the decision to deliver the turbine was, quote, a strong sign of support for Germany and for Europe and of maintaining solidarity amongst close allies in order to sustain long-term support for Ukraine, end quote. Second, the intention of our sanctions has been and is to punish Putin. It is not to jeopardize Europe's economic stability and potentially weaken the alliance. The intent of these sanctions was never to punish our allies in Europe. And finally, concurrent with the turbine decision to eliminate any question of Canada's resolve, Canada upped the ante and imposed additional sanctions on Russia. Canada's course of action has been publicly supported by the US, Germany, and the European Union. Comme nous le savons tous, le gouvernement ukrainien.
As we all know, the Ukrainian government did not agree with our decision. I certainly discussed these issues directly with Minister Halushenko prior to a decision being made.
Today, our decision avoided Putin's trap. We have strengthened the alliance, supporting Ukraine rather than weakening it. And we have sent a clear signal to the world that we are strengthening our resolve regarding sanctions against the Putin regime. It is also important to note that Putin's weaponization of energy supply is precisely why the European Union is focused on displacing Russian gas through securing other sources, through conservation, and through accelerating the energy transition towards renewables and hydrogen. The era of Europe depending on cheap Russian oil and gas is over, and countries of the European Union will be looking to Canada and other friendly countries to assist with supply of energy. In this regard, Canada has indicated it will boost its exports of oil and gas by 300,000 barrels and barrel equivalents by the end of this year. Le Canada est aussi activement engagé avec
Canada is also actively engaged with both the EU and Germany on the potential for exports of hydrogen, LNG, and critical minerals.
Canada on the turbine reflects that we remain committed to actively supporting Ukraine, working to maintain and strengthen the unity of the alliance against Russia, and working to assist our allies with energy requirements over the short and the medium term. I thank you for inviting me to be with you today, and certainly look forward to the discussion to come.
Thank you, Minister. Now, as I have the first round, I'm going to pass the chair to our second vice chair. Mr. Bergeron, do you accept the chair?
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Chair. For the first round of questions, I will give you the floor, Mr. Morantz.
Minister Joly, I think one of the difficulties that we have here is that the European Union is along with the NATO alliance providing billions of dollars in cash, weapons, munitions to Ukraine to defend themselves, and at the same time paying hundreds of billions of dollars to Russia, which they are using in turn to fund their war effort. Canada, by returning this turbine, becomes complicit in a situation where we're aiding the European Union, essentially funding both sides of this war. And Canada should never, ever be in a position like that. Now, the talking points I've been hearing over the last couple of days from you and Minister Wilkinson are that, well, now we're calling Putin's bluff. But that wasn't what you said in early July when you made the decision. There was no talk about calling a bluff or playing a game with Mr. Putin. No, what you said was that returning the turbine was integral for Germany's economy and its citizens, as the country is currently heavily dependent on Russian energy. That was what you said. You didn't tell the Canadian people you did to call anyone's bluff until, I think, yesterday when I read your comments in the Globe. So that's just not fair to say at all that this is about calling Mr. Putin's bluff. And in fact, it stretches credulity in my mind to say that your conversations with the Germans back in early July or June, whenever you were meeting, was about calling Mr. Putin's bluff. It was about domestic supply, encouraging domestic supply. Now, the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress has said that your rationale also makes no sense. And we'll hear from them later. It's been known for years that Mr. Putin uses energy as a foreign policy tool to punish enemies, and that it was entirely predictable. That Russia would continue to use energy as a weapon after Canada acquiesced to Russian blackmail, essentially. The reality is this was a terrible decision. It puts Canada in a terrible spot. It doesn't help Germany and makes Canada look weak in the eyes of the Russians. Isn't that right, Minister?
Madame la Ministre.
Merci, Stéphane. So, Marty, of course, I hear your preoccupation, and I hear the preoccupation of the UCT. At the same time, the reality is that for too long, Europe has been depending on cheap Russian gas, as mentioned by Minister Wilkinson, by Jonathan in his remarks. And that was also reiterated yesterday when I was with my colleague, the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Germany, Annalena Baerbock. From for too long, Germany has been relying on that gas. Europe, not only Germany, many other countries, including the Czech Republic and others, have been relying on that gas. But now the reality is that they are moving from relying on cheap Russian gas to also finding new solutions, and that's why they've been in active conversations with our government. But I will just continue to answer your question.
Well, I have limited time,
goal,
so I would like to
I know,
move
Marty,
on.
but my goal is really to answer your question.
Yeah.
Now, at the same time, this was not an easy decision to make, and for many weeks, Jonathan and I were actively in conversation with our German counterparts, which reached out to us from the beginning, and also with Ukrainians, to try to facilitate the conversation, not only between the three of us, but mainly between Germany and between Ukraine, because this is also something that is between the both countries. Now, to make sure that we would keep the alliance together, that we all agree that we need to continue to be strongly united behind Putin, we need to make sure that there would need any form of pretext, any form of alibi. And that's why the expression of calling Putin's bluff is the one that we're using,
let me
because
ask you
clearly
why,
that is what we're doing.
With the greatest respect, Minister, why didn't you say you were calling his bluff in early July?
Well, at the time, the decision was still being discussed amongst allies.
Because that wasn't the rationale then, was it?
But no, that was always the rationale. Because of course, Marty, what was most important,
if it was the rationale,
why
didn't you say that in early July?
Why not continue to be united? Until that time, we were still in discussion with Ukrainians. The last conversation I had about the turbine with my colleague, my Ukrainian colleague, was actually when I was at the G20. I think it was in Bali. It was 2:00 in the morning, and I had a discussion with Minister Kuleba and the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Germany.
I do have limited time, and I think.
But I'm giving you the facts.
That I get to ask more than one question. So
I'm just giving you the facts.
I appreciate
for you to be able to understand the situation.
I understand. When you were doing your due diligence on this decision, did the German government tell you that they needed the return of these turbines to increase gas supply?
That was never part of the discussion. To the contrary,
so they never asked you. They never told you they needed the turbine so that gas supply could be increased. In
terms of increasing gas supply, that was never the case. Maybe Jonathan wants to add something to that, because in terms of flow of gas. But I think
if I want to ask Jonathan a question, I'll ask him a question. Okay, now let me ask you another.
But Marty, do you want the answer?
Well, Marty, I mean, that question actually was the subject of conversations between myself and the Germans, as you would expect in terms of energy ministers. So I'm happy to answer your question. We certainly discussed the issues around gas supply. As you know, there was concern about the reductions within the pipeline and the Russian statement that this was as a result of the turbine. And so certainly we talked about how returning the turbine potentially could address that issue if in fact the Russians were telling the truth, although most of us were of the view that they were not. And therefore it was really very much about calling the bluff of the Europeans, of the Russians. And as my colleague has said, that statement and that approach was supported not just by Germany, but by the European Union and by the United States.
Minister Wilkinson, at the time you made this decision, was there any discussion of calling Mr. Putin's bluff at the time of the decision?
Absolutely, and certainly I discussed that with Minister Habeck, who is the German energy minister, on an ongoing basis. That was absolutely part of the conversation.
In late June and early July.
Absolutely, it was.
Okay.
Yes.
And Marty, if I can add to that, I would say that I spoke about that with Secretary Blinken.
Yeah.
At that time, he was also supportive, because we all agreed that we needed to be united against Putin.
So why didn't you say that when you made the decision?
Monsieur le Président, je pense que le temps est...
Mr. Chair, I think we have used up all of our time, Mr. Bergeron. We thank you, Ms. Bendayan. I was trying to communicate with our clerk just to understand how much time we had for Mr. Morantz. Mr. Clerk. We are at 6 minutes and 15 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Morant. I am handing the chair back to you.
And I accept the chair. And it's an interesting meeting, passing the chair around, but here we go. Now, Mr. Clerk, because we're doing this virtually, you're going to have to tell me who is up next.
Let me see. It would be Ms. Bendayan for the Liberal Party.
Okay, Ms. Bendayan, you have the floor for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Always nice to see you in that chair, Mr. Morantz.
Thank you.
It has now been 6 months nearly since the beginning of the brutal war begun by Russia against Ukraine. And I want to begin, obviously, by reiterating the unwavering support of our government for the Ukrainian people in their fight for freedom, and how important the work of this committee is, not only in our study on Ukraine, but of course the present study as well. And I'd like to thank the ministers for appearing before the committee. Certainly, ministers, you would agree that Canada has played a leadership role in rallying our allies around the world in order to put in place one of the most robust sanctions regimes ever against Russia. And I believe we need to continue to strengthen those sanctions, as we did just this week on Tuesday, and certainly continue to act in this leadership role. But that, of course, makes it all the more difficult to be discussing the decision today, a decision of a few weeks ago to send the Siemens turbine from Montreal to Germany at Germany's request. Fundamentally, our sanctions are only as strong as our unity and solidarity amongst allies. And I guess my question then to you, ministers, is really what were you hearing at the time? Because reports that I have read are to the effect that Germany, and indeed the German foreign minister, said at the time, while we were making this difficult decision, that if Germany did not get the turbine, then they wouldn't have any gas, and quote, "We won't be able to support Ukraine at all because we will be caught with popular uprisings," end quote. So I think this makes clear, certainly to me and to Canadians that are listening, how consequential this decision really was in order to maintain the solidarity of the allies against Russia and maintain a strong sanctions regime. I understand, Minister Wilkinson, that you were in regular talks with the foreign minister of Germany on this issue at that time. And so I'll begin by directing my question to you. The information that you were getting from Germany at the time, was it concerning to the point that it may have risked the solidarity and the unity of the allied group that we had worked so hard to help pull together?
Well, the short answer is yes. I cannot overemphasize the depth of the concern on the part of the Germans, but also on the part of the European Union with respect to the potential implications associated with them effectively not being able to access natural gas. And you know, the German energy minister, Minister Habeck, who is also the vice chancellor of Germany, reiterated that to me on many occasions. I spoke to him almost every day for several weeks. But I would say it wasn't just limited to the Germans. It was also the energy commissioner of the European Union who underlined this very strongly, Simpson, in the discussions that we had. And I will also tell you that in the conversations, they reflect undermining support for Ukraine, which is in nobody's.
I also have a question for you, Minister Joly. I don't know if you want to follow up, but allow me to ask you the question, because the Globe and Mail published very worrying reports this week that have to do with the treatment reserved for our personnel at the embassy themselves in. So I want to ask how we support our personnel in Kiev. And you can follow up on the question I asked previously as well if you want. Just to take up the issue you've just raised, as my colleague Jonathan Wilkinson was talking to the German Minister of Energy, Habeck, I was in contact with the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Germany and the representatives for foreign relations, foreign affairs from the EU, and Secretary of State of the US. So we were unanimous in the approach to be adopted, that we did not want to give any pretext or justification to President Putin in this topic. So this idea of using energy to blackmail Europe was an approach, preventing this blackmail, if you want, was an approach we wanted to develop jointly with our allies. To answer your question, it is clear that when we think about locally hired staff or Canadian diplomats working abroad, for me as Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have a moral obligation to ensure their security. So I would like to definitely reiterate before this committee, and thank you for asking the question, because the government of Canada never had any information on any sort of list that was putting our diplomats, Canadian diplomats, in danger, and our locally hired staff in Kiev. I think it is very, very important to put this on the record, to be clear on this subject, because it is very clear that this is a decision, this is rather information that concerns the lives of people with whom we work, and this is a decision that I'm taking very, very seriously. Thank you.
And that is for the Deputy Minister, who I believe is on the line, the Deputy Minister to Global Affairs. Deputy, are you aware of any information suggesting that staff at our embassy in Kiev were targeted by Russian kill lists, as reported by the Globe and Mail?
Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Madam
sorry.
Ben Diane. That is your time. Mr. Bergeron, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, can the witness be allowed to answer the question with a yes or a no?
We have very short time with the minister, so I'm going to keep it very tight.
A yes or no answer.
You can submit your question in writing to the clerk if you like.
Monsieur le Président, peut-être je pourrais permettre.
Mr. Chair, maybe we can allow Madam Morgan to respond with a yes or no.
Aware of any list specifically targeting locally engaged staff at our embassy in Kyiv.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Dans un premier temps,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to underline, as I did in a previous session of this committee, which led to this session today, that I'm convinced that the decision made by the Government of Canada was not an easy decision to make. And I think it would be way too easy to simply blame the Government of Canada for this decision that was made. This decision could appear, and that is the case for Le Bloc Québécois, to have been a shame and potentially dangerous. But I imagine that the Government of Canada, and this is what the ministers have explained to us, the Government of Canada was in a position that was extremely difficult, and the decision was very, very difficult to make. I don't dispute the fact. I would like to thank the ministers for being with us and for responding to our questions. It is extremely unfortunate that Canada found itself in this type of a situation, and being aware of the fact that the only person to be really blamed for the situation is Vladimir Putin sitting in the Kremlin. And everyone acknowledges that it would have been preferable that we wouldn't have found ourselves in a similar situation. But having said that, that was the situation in which we found ourselves. And I think it is important right at the outset, Mr. Chair, that to send the message that this exercise in which we're engaged today will definitely be followed closely by Russia. I don't want to appear like a paranoid person, but I think that will be the case, and we can share, of course, our disagreements between political parties here at the House of Commons or between allies. But I think it is very important, and when we're facing Russia, the most important thing, rather, is unity. So one of the wishes we voiced was that when the Government of Canada made the announcement for this authorization of exporting the turbine towards Europe, was that at that point in time that Canada and Germany would step up the sanctions against Russia and support provided to Ukraine. Is this something that is seriously considered by the Canadian side? Thank you, dear colleague. Thank you, Stefan, for your question. It is clear that our objective is once again to strengthen the sanctions regime. You've seen that this week we announced new sanctions, more than 40 sanctions, additional sanctions towards individuals who were behind the atrocious crimes perpetrated in Bucha, and we are ready to announce additional sanctions as well. So, as is the case since the beginning of the invasion, we will continue every week or every 2 weeks to announce new sanctions. We're at 1,600 sanctions at the moment, and I'm having this conversation. I had a similar conversation with Heather this morning, with Michael Chung. Also, so we're constantly looking for ways of strengthening the sanctions regime because it is a critical subject, and we have to show tremendous amount of unity in this question because Russia does indeed follow very closely everything touching Ukraine and especially developments that are taking place in Canada. And I would also hope, Madam Minister, that the implementation of this sanctions regime will be done in such a way that these won't be examples of wishful thinking, but rather more concrete, applicable sanctions. So the decision was made. This decision is temporary and revocable. First question, then. We were led to believe that temporary meant a period of 2 years and that it concerned up to 6 turbines. Is this can you confirm this information? Yes, I can confirm this information. And if members of the committee are interested in having a copy of the authorization, I'd be more than happy to make that available to you. Having said that, after many conversations with the German government, with our other European and American allies, and together with Jonathan and myself, we made the decision to make sure that these 6 turbines, so the entire contract would be concerned because we did not want President Putin to play with 1 or 2 or 3 turbines. So by taking that step, so these 6 turbines, we wanted to send them back not to Russia but to Germany. So in that case, President Putin wouldn't be able to use these as justification or as a pretext. Madam Minister, we would be happy to have a copy of the authorization sent to the clerk of the committee, please. Final question, unless I have more time. This authorization is revocable. So what would be the conditions that would lead the government of Canada to decide to revoke this authorization? Of course, we always make these decisions jointly with our allies. What I can tell you now is that the commercial relations between Siemens and Gazprom is a relation in which the government of Canada is not involved. So
And for her 6 minutes.
Merci
Ms.
beaucoup.
McPherson, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to both of the ministers for being with us today and for having answered some of my questions previous to this meeting as well. I appreciate your time, and I, like my colleague from the bloc, appreciate that this would have been a very difficult decision for you to make. I wanted to start today to ask some questions about the turbines and the sanctions regime writ large, because, you know, as much as we've heard from Minister Joly that we have 1,600 sanctions in place, I think Canadians are mostly concerned about whether our sanctions are working, because the sanctions don't matter. It doesn't matter how many there are. It doesn't matter who's being sanctioned if Canada can choose to waive those sanctions, or if those sanctions aren't being enforced, or, you know, if the sanction regime isn't working, then it doesn't really matter how many sanctions we have, what we're sanctioning, if we're not following through on that. And I think, you know, as all of us here, we want to do everything we can for the Ukrainian people. I think that this has been one of those moments in time where I have seen members from all parties work so hard to make sure that Ukrainians understand that Canada wants to support them, the Canadian parliamentarians want to support them. So to start, I'm just going to ask you, Minister Joly, you know, the thing that keeps popping into my mind is this whole decision was based on the idea that there is any trust, any belief that Putin would in fact continue to provide gas to Germany. You know, we have seen him weaponize energy already. We have seen him weaponize food. There are 40 million people around the world that are at risk of starvation because of Putin. You know, he lies. We know Putin lies. We know he is not going to act in good faith. We know he's not going to follow the rules. Why call the bluff, as you say, when realistically he's already told us, he's already told the world what he intends. We already knew the bluff was there. So now what we've done is we've weakened our sanction regime. We've weakened Canada's standing with Ukraine, and yet we haven't actually helped get gas to Germany. So my question to you is very, very, very straightforward. Will you cancel the waiver for the other turbines immediately?
So the goal, of course, is to work together amongst allies to make sure that we are united and strong. And when taking decisions, because really Canada in this context is in between Germany and Ukraine. And so our goal was really to make sure that we could all be united.
I do understand that, Minister Joly.
Yes,
and will you waive the quickly though, just because you know how little time we have.
I know. So our goal is not to, like you said, because Putin is lying, that we don't trust him. We don't want to give him any form of justification and pretext. And that's why we're calling his bluff. And that's why also we want to make sure that he doesn't use the number of turbines as an issue. It's one permit, one time, and it is done. Now,
so you will not be waiving it then?
Of course, our goal is to make sure that should Siemens and Gazprom take a different commercial decision, well, of course, the government of Canada will take stock of that decision.
So at this point, you're leaving it in the hands of the Russian Federation and Siemens to make a decision on whether or not the Canadian sanctions will be waived. Can you tell me as well, Minister, why the turbine is still in Germany? Why is it still there?
Well, that's up to the Germans to answer and the Russians to answer. But our goal was to send the turbine to Germany. And also, I would say, while this is obviously something that has attracted a lot of attention, we are actively working, Jonathan and I, with Germans and Europeans to find solutions for Germany as they're decreasing their reliance on cheap Russian gas. Now,
very important that we do that, and I appreciate that.
So
before I run out of time,
56%, I think they're now at 26%, and they need to decrease even more.
And I'm going to talk to the minister or the ambassador about that. But
yeah.
In the meantime, I will have some questions about the sanctions themselves. So, you know, as I mentioned, Canadians want to know if the measures your government has taken are having the desired effect. You know, I've put questions on the order paper. I've asked questions in the House of Commons, and I can't get responses. In fact, the response I got back from your government was appalling. Global Affairs Canada basically said that because the data was not complete or may not be complete, the department refused to share even a partial list. So I had to actually, in fact, raise a point of privilege in the House of Commons because my job as a parliamentarian to hold you to account was impossible to do. What I need to know is, you know, how many assets has Canada seized to date? When will we be able to get that information? How do we know how the sanctions are being determined? You know, who is working on this, and where is this information, and how can we get it?
So, Heather, and I think your questions are extremely valid because obviously it's important not only to have a sanctions regime, but also to be able to implement it. So the information we have is the information that was made public through the RCMP, which is not under Global Affairs Canada, but that is implementing the sanctions. At this point, the latest information in June was that around 120 million worth of assets had been frozen, and that there was $289 million in transactions that have been blocked as a result of the sanctions. Now, can it be more?
Specifically under the 41B or 41A
Sorry, I didn't
Special
hear
Economic
well,
Act.
Heather.
Were these seized under Section 4.1b of the Special Economics Measures Act, or were all the sanctions in response issued under the broader 4.1a?
Thank you, Ms. McPherson.
But Marty, if I
that
can
is the
just
end of the
finalize
round.
on that, Heather, I don't have that specific information, but we can provide that to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Minister. Beginning round two, we have Mr. Bazan for 5 minutes. Mr. Bazan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Ministers Joly and Wilkinson for joining us today. I have to say that I am very disappointed and embarrassed that Canada's been outplayed and outmaneuvered by Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation. You keep talking about calling Putin's bluff, but we got to remember Putin's always playing chess, and it seems like the government of Canada is playing checkers. I believe that by returning the turbines here, that this is the thin edge of the wedge that will undermine our entire sanctions regime. Because what's going to happen next time Russia is pushing for something and we have to call his bluff? So I want to ask Minister Joly if she looked at any analysis and impacts this decision will have on Ukraine.
So thank you, James. Of course, we take into account Ukraine's reality when taking any decisions. That's why Minister Wilkinson and I had contact with our counterparts. I even spoke to Dmytro Kuleba yesterday. He didn't raise the issue of the turbine when we discussed. The question was much more Ukrainian grains getting out of Odessa, making sure that there's more financial support to Ukraine directly as Ukraine is dealing with a currency that is obviously affected by the war, and so making sure that we provide us, but also other allies, more financial support. And at the same time, we talked also about military support, and you saw what the Minister of Defense announced today about the resumption of Operation Unifier.
And I welcome the resumption of Operation Unifier. I think it's necessary. But I'll say this:
Thank you.
Do you realize that this year, so far, Russia has only been able to generate about $95 billion from European gas sales. Last year, it was over $524 billion in sales to Europe. Do you realize, Madam Minister, that Gazprom is over 50% controlled by the Russian government? And Gazprom, a couple of years ago, had net revenues of over $123 billion American. So that means $62 billion is going back to Russia because they own 50% of the company, or over 50%. And we know that the Russian Federation's budget is over 45% made from oil and gas revenue. So did you consider that the dollars that Gazprom is going to get is going to go back to the Kremlin, going to help fuel Putin's war machine, like buying more AK-74 military rifles that go for about $800 a piece, or buy more cruise missiles and all the other artillery that's been fired into Kiev and around Ukraine that has already been estimated to cost over $80 million. And if we're going to give them $62 billion more, how much more damage is that going to entail upon Ukraine, and how many more lives are going to be lost? So I want to know how many Ukrainians have to die because of your government, this liberal government's enabling of Gazprom to put more money into Putin's war machine.
And I just take that question because I think, Mr. Bazan, you actually misunderstand a lot of the things that were going on.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Wilkinson.
The Ukrainian government actually proposed an alternative route for the gas to actually flow through Ukraine. That was their proposal. That would have had zero impact on the dollars that actually accrued to Russia, because it still would have been Russian gas that was flowing through the alternative pipeline. At the end of the day,
so let's say this, Mr. Wilkinson, as the minister responsible for natural resources, you're also responsible to make sure that we get more gas from Canada to replace that natural gas coming from Russia.
European Union right now. Then you need to be able to explain to the Germans and the French and the Italians how they're going to survive the winter. Like, it's very easy to make those kinds of comments. And I would say, perhaps you can put this on the record.
So then I go
if you're saying that the Conservative Party would not have returned the turbines, I think it's important for Canadians to understand that that's the position of the Conservative Party of Canada. Is that the position?
Well, I think that what you just mentioned is that Ukraine had another option. Why didn't you fulfill that option and sit on the turbines?
Because we actually did our due diligence, Mr. Bazan. We actually worked with the International Energy Agency to see how viable that option was. And it was not viable in terms of flowing the amounts of gas that would be required. It actually would require that we have faith in Russia that they would increase
Minister
the gas
Wilkinson,
flows
Minister
to
Joly, let me ask you this question, Mr. Chair.
If you did your diligence
Mr.
on
Chair,
this question,
I have
Mr.
the floor,
Bazan, you would
please.
know that was not a viable
Mr. Bazan, you have the floor.
Thank you.
But I would
just
say, I would say,
just say this. They're going to try to talk over me, Mr. Chair. They don't want to answer the questions. I want to know is
no, you
how
didn't
many
answer the
more,
question. What
how
is
many,
the position of the Conservative Party?
I'm the one asking. I'm asking the questions here. You guys are the witnesses.
I'm sorry.
And I'll just say
Mr.
this:
Bazan,
how many more atrocities are you prepared to witness in Ukraine because of the extra dollars you guys are putting into Putin's war machine?
So, James,
Mr.
first and foremost,
I'm sorry, Mr. Bazan. Your 5 minutes is up. Mr. Sarai, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is to Mr. Wilkinson. Were alternative pipeline routes through Ukraine considered as being proposed by Ukraine officials, according to reports?
Yes, thank you for the question, Randeep. Ukrainian officials did propose an alternative route for pipelines running through Ukraine itself. We reviewed that option by the Ukrainian government with technical experts from the International Energy Agency. We also discussed it with the European Union and with Germany. The issue is complex and involved consideration of a number of technical issues, but the bottom line is that the flows that could be expected to move to Germany through the pipelines that run from Russia via Ukraine would be significantly lower than what Nord Stream, when operating at or close to full capacity, can move. And in fact, significantly less than what flowed through Nord Stream in 2021. But in addition to the technical limitations, there were two other difficulties. One is you would have to believe that Russia would be willing to flow significant incremental gas flows through Ukraine. And given that Russia has already reduced flows via Ukraine, and it stated that its view is the technical capacity of the pipeline is actually only a third of what the Ukrainians believe it is, the likelihood of Russia not doing this is not high. And for Germany and other European countries, let's be clear, they currently rely on gas from Russia. The idea of essentially enabling the shutdown of Nord Stream 1 and relying completely on pipelines that run through what is presently a war zone would come with enormous risk for their economies and their citizens. So yes, we looked at it, and at the end of the day, we deemed, and the International Energy Agency deemed, it was not viable.
Thank you, Mr. Wilkinson. I'm going to ask the department if Deputy Minister Morgan is there. Can you please reiterate what Global Affairs Canada, if it was aware of any kill list that targeted locally engaged staff working at the Canadian Embassy in Ukraine?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to reemphasize what Minister Joly said earlier, we take the security of all of our staff at our missions abroad extremely seriously. We're constantly monitoring the security situation and communicating regularly with staff, including our locally engaged staff. We are not aware of any list specifically targeting locally engaged staff at the Canadian Embassy in Kyiv, and we've maintained constant communication with that locally engaged staff since before Russia's invasion of Ukraine and subsequently, and continue to take many actions to ensure that they can work safely, that they can work remotely, and that they maintain their strong connection to our embassy and are able to deliver the vital work that they do on behalf of us.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Morgan. My next question is to Minister Joly. Minister Joly, has any of Canada's sanctions against Russia been designed to be punitive in terms of humanitarian, in terms of any humanitarian needs of either the Russians or any of the neighboring countries, such as Germany, or are they designed to economically and militarily sanction Russia only? But when it comes to food supply, medicine, what has Canada's position been, or the energy needs of those in Russia or around Russia?
So there's a couple of things on that. First and foremost, the sanctions are really to make sure that we're putting maximum pressure on Russia and Putin's regime. And that's why at this point we're at 1,600 entities and individuals. What we've been clear within the G7 is that since Russia is weaponizing food, and Heather referred to it, 40 million lives are at risk of hunger, of famine right now. We work among the G7 to make sure that our sanctions were not affecting also the fact of exporting grain, exporting food to different Middle Eastern country, Lebanon being an example, Egypt, or African countries, Senegal, etc., or again, in Asian countries. This has been a paramount priority for the G7. There's been many occasions where we reiterated that the sanctions regimes were not the fact that there was a food crisis was not linked to the sanctions, but rather linked to Putin's war of choice in Ukraine. And that is a message that the Prime Minister and I clearly stated, not only at the Commonwealth, but also following the G7, NATO, and I did so also at the UN.
Thank you, Mr. Joly. I don't know my time, if I have time for another question, it would be to Mr. What Canada is doing to support its European allies in order to transition away from Russian energy?
Sure. We announced that we were expanding production of oil and gas by 300,000 barrels by the end of the year. We are set up working groups with the European Union and with Germany to focus on both liquid natural gas opportunities, but also hydrogen security and climate change.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Bergeron, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will come back to Mr. Wilkinson on the Ukrainian alternative. I would like to hear you explain that in more detail to us. But before that, we have heard from many experts in the media who said that the Siemens turbines were absolutely not necessary to ensure the proper functioning of Nord Stream 1, and that other models could have been easily done the job to allow Russia to supply gas to Germany and others. So, did your department take this information into account? And could other turbines have replaced Siemens's turbines? And do you think that Russia does not have any other turbines in reserve?
No,
No, there are 6 turbines that exist in Nord Stream 1. And of course, there are some turbines used as replacement when there's a problem or when they need to do turbine maintenance. Of course, the turbines that are now in use in this pipeline are made by Siemens, and there is a contract between Siemens and Gazprom for the maintenance of these turbines. I'm trying to find the expression in French.
For why he was looking to essentially reduce gas flows, which was that he did not have access, in his view, to the turbines. At the end of the day, you know, if we returned the turbine and gas flows actually returned to higher levels, that would be a very good outcome. But at the end of the day, if we return the turbines and that did not affect gas flows, it essentially is calling Putin's bluff. He cannot blame Canada. He cannot blame Western Europe for the fact that there are no gas flows there. And that maintains the solidarity of the alliance. And that was the context in which we made the decision.
Stéphane, est-ce que je peux rajouter?
Can I add a comment, Stéphane?
Minutes.
On va revenir.
So our next round is Ms. McPherson for 2.5 minutes. You have the floor, Ms. McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These are very short rounds. Minister Joly, I'm going to ask some questions now, if I could, about the embassy staff in Ukraine. So we have heard that the Deputy Minister was unaware of any specific kill lists, but were you aware of intelligence briefing from the Five Eyes that said embassy staff may be included on lists? Not specifically, but maybe.
I never had that information, Heather. And I think that we need to get to the bottom of the story, because I think Canadians need to know. And of course, I want to make sure that we shed light on this story. So if
So to help us
parliamentarians
do that,
are
Minister,
yes,
sorry to
that's it.
interrupt,
And
but to interrupt just
so
a little
to
bit,
get
will
to
you
that-
release the committee correspondence, like the emails, the memos, the notes? Will you share that between the Global Affairs Canada and the diplomatic staff in Ukraine? Will you share that with us so we can play our role as parliamentarians?
Yeah, so my goal is definitely that you can all play your role as parliamentarians. I think that since this is intelligence information, which is linked to a war right now, so my suggestion is, should parliamentarian be interested, we could definitely have the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians study this issue. And of course, I would make myself available, because it is very important that Canadians know that the government of Canada was there to protect not only Canadian diplomats, but also locally engaged staff.
So you didn't get information from the Five Eyes, which is of course quite worrying, because we would hope that some of that information would be available. But more importantly, I guess, for looking forward, as you've mentioned, we know that this happens because there was a memo put in place by Stephen Harper in 2014 that denied locally engaged staff a duty of care. Will you immediately rescind that 2014 memo and issue a new memo stating that Canada does have a duty of care towards locally engaged staff, so this kind of betrayal doesn't happen ever again?
Well, Heather, in the context particularly of what was happening in Ukraine, we went above what was technically the duty of care, because we wanted to make sure that since lives could be at risk because the threat of invasion was real and imminent, we offered Canadian locally engaged staff to come to Canada. Some have come, some have decided to stay in Ukraine. We also offered them to work from outside of Kyiv, even though the Canadian diplomats had left. And also we offered
But it is
them
worth
pay
noting
and
that
benefits.
that didn't launch until a month
Thank you, Ms.
after
McPherson.
the embassy
That is
closed
the end
and
of
the other
your
staff were evacuated.
round. Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Genuis, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to follow up on the Globe and Mail story about the locally engaged staff at the Canadian Embassy. Minister, the source for the Globe story is 3 separate Canadian diplomats with direct knowledge of these events. Now, you've offered a very qualified denial of the story. You've said that you were not aware of kill lists that specifically named Canadians. But that was not the question, and that was not the Globe and Mail story. Their story was that Canadian embassy staff were likely on lists, and that the Five Eyes briefed Canadian officials that Ukrainians who worked for Western embassies were likely on the list, and further, that the Canadian embassy made a decision not to pass that information along. So, Minister, to be very clear, is the Globe and Mail story, in your view, correct or not?
Well, what I can tell you is that I didn't have that information. My team didn't have that information. You heard the deputy, the department didn't have that information. So we need to get to the bottom of this.
Can you just clarify, what do you mean by the department didn't have that information?
Do
you mean no
information.
employee of the Canadian government had this information? Who's we, though?
We, so it's myself, my political staff, and Global Affairs Canada, according to what the deputy has just mentioned. We had no information regarding the fact that there was lists specifically targeted Canadian diplomats and locally engaged staff in Kyiv.
But that is not the question. The Globe and Mail story said that Five Eyes gave a brief to the Canadian embassy that it was likely that Ukrainian nationals who were locally engaged staff working at Western embassies were likely on the list. Can you please just give us a clear answer? In your view, is the Globe and Mail story true or false?
What I can tell you is that
is the Globe and Mail story true or false? Yes or no?
What I can tell you is that indeed, and the Americans made that intelligence public, there were some lists specifically targeting Ukrainian people in Ukraine. And of course, we were preoccupied with these targeting. Now, in the context of having any information regarding Canadians being on these lists, Canadian diplomats, locally engaged staff, we had no information regarding this. And so that is why it's really important that Canadians be clear on that, because of course, it is about the government of Canada's responsibility towards not only the people that work for us, but people also that are serving us while we are in Ukraine.
I asked a clear question. You didn't provide an answer.
No, I provide a very clear
Minister,
answer.
I have the floor. We had 3 diplomats speaking to the Globe and Mail, potentially at some risk to their own careers.
Well, I would be very interested in having that information.
Yeah, I'm sure you'd
because
like
I
to
think
have the
it's
names
very
of the
important
diplomats
that
who
we
spoke
get
to
to
the
the bottom of this
And,
story.
Minister,
Because you can
I've
be
asked
sure,
you,
Garnet, that this
Chair,
is
could you call the
something
minister
that
to order? Minister,
I take
I'm speaking.
very seriously.
It's
This
my
is life
time.
or death situation.
Yes, Minister,
and
you
as a
haven't answered
minister,
Mr. Janice, you have the
as a
floor.
human being, I'm very concerned to make sure
and you
that
won't
we
tell
do
us
the
whether
right
you have
thing.
that information.
And so,
now
Garnet,
you're
I'm
trying
sorry.
to take over the time, Minister.
No, I'm not trying to take over the time. I'm presenting you what is the moral decision, the right moral decision.
It was a clear question I asked you, which was whether or not the Globe and Mail story is correct according to your information. You chose not to answer it, and I think most Canadians will conclude
according
that
to
that
my
story
information,
is accurate.
I
And
don't
frankly,
agree with
it
the facts
is
that are stated.
disgraceful. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Well, I hate to interrupt my colleague, but I was under the impression that this meeting, this session, would be mainly on the authorization allowing the transfer of turbines to Germany. I know that the question of relevance is interpreted very widely. It has been the case until now, but I'd like us to come back to the core subject at hand, Mr. Chair.
It's a very good point, Mr.
Mr. Chair, I have my hand up on a point of order as well.
Is it on the same point of order?
It is, yes.
Okay, please proceed, Ms. McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate your comment, Mr. Bergeron, but I do just wanted to highlight that the members of the government had brought this issue up during their questions already. So I think it is fair. I would like to see obviously a little bit more decorum within our committee where we are not speaking over each other. So if that could be managed, Mr. Chair, I think that would be great. But I do think it is reasonable for us to ask these questions. They are relevant and they are timely because, of course, the government has had an opportunity to ask those questions already. Thank you.
As chair, of course, I would like people to stay on topic, although historically there's been a fairly wide latitude when it comes to these types of things. And I do recall at the beginning of Minister Jolie's statement, she said that we're here to discuss Putin's war of choice. So I'm presuming other topics related to the invasion, the brutal invasion by Russia are in order. Mr. Genuous, I have you. You can have the floor. I have you with 1 more minute left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to provide a notice of motion to the committee that the committee requests that all documents in the possession of the government related to the assessed risk to non-Canadians employed at the Canadian diplomatic missions in Ukraine at any time in the last 18 months be provided to the committee within 30 days of the adoption of this motion. That's a notice of motion. I'm not moving it. Additionally, just in the time I have left, I've been struck by all this talk about the allies, the alliance being united, about how we need to have the alliance united. Minister Jolie, very directly, is Ukraine an ally of Canada, in your view?
Of course.
So the alliance is divided?
No.
So Ukraine is taking very directly and sharply a different position from Canada. Clearly the alliance is divided if Ukraine is part of the alliance. Is that not?
No, I don't think that the alliance is divided. I think we have to be steadfast in unity.
Is Ukraine part of the alliance, Minister?
You want me, Garnet, to answer your questions, or do you want to cuff me off every single time?
Minister, is Ukraine part of the alliance?
I'm asking you your question.
That's my question. That's my question, Minister. Is Ukraine part of the alliance?
Ukraine is an ally, and we are all standing with Ukraine. And our goal is to continue to support them. But now maybe we'll be able to get an answer from you because James didn't answer beforehand. Is it the position of the Conservative Party of Canada that the turbine should not have been sent back to Germany?
Thank you, Minister. Mr.
I would love to answer
Sorbera,
that.
your round is up,
oh.
unfortunately, Mr. Jenius. Mr. Sorbera, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. It's great to see you, Marty, and great to see my colleagues today. It's ironic that the Conservatives would bring up the issue and say, talk about division on a day when Canada announced that it'd be sending 225 of our Canadian armed forces over to Europe to help train the Ukrainian soldiers fight Putin's unjust, unwarranted, unprovoked war against the Ukrainian people. And we will always stand with the Ukrainian people, stand shoulder to shoulder and side by side as we continue this journey together. And it's going to be a long one. And when I use the word long specifically, because I do wish to talk about on July 16th, 2022, Joseph Borrell put out a blog, and Joseph Borrell is the High Representative of the EU for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy. And on this blog, he commented that for the need of strategic patience being the need for Europe to transition away from Russian energy dependence, whether it's oil, gas, and even to a certain extent coal, and transition to alternative suppliers, including many countries in Africa, the Middle East, including Kazakhstan as well, for some energy consumers, including Italy and Germany, and also for Canada to play a role in that transition, and obviously a green transition. So I do wish to ask first to Minister Wilkinson, how is Canada, I don't want to say positioning itself because it has been doing so for many years, but specifically on the LNG front, how is Canada specifically aiding Europe on its transition to a more secure, democratically oriented suppliers of energy, and also to the transition to green? Then I'll have a follow-up question for Minister Joly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sorbara. So let me start by saying Europe is very focused on essentially moving away from Russian oil and gas. They've set a target that by the end of this year, they will have found ways to move away from oil. And ideally, Germany has said by the end of 2024 or thereabouts, they will be off of Russian gas. And of course, they've made progress along the way. Canada is certainly working with Germany and with the European Union to be a part of helping them to do that. And part of that is the expansion of oil and gas production that we are working on right now with the sector, and we are on track with respect to the additional 300,000 barrels a day, which will help in terms of increasing supply around the world. We also, as you know, have 2 LNG facilities in Western Canada, one which is under construction, one which has been approved, and apparently construction will start next year, which will additionally provide supplies onto the market, which again will help with respect to displacing Russian gas. We're looking at a number of potential sites in Eastern Canada that could meet the window. Let's be clear, it has to be something that can be done within the next 3 or 4 years, or it will be outside the window of what will help Europe along this way. But we're also working with Europe on other elements, which are the transition part of it, which is hydrogen. Enormous work going on in Newfoundland and Labrador, for example, on hydrogen, which will be used to displace gas and eventually will actually displace gas entirely as they work towards the 2045 net zero commitment that Germany has. So Canada is intimately engaged. As you know, the German Chancellor is visiting us later this month. And the head of the European Union is coming a month after that to have exactly these conversations.
Thank you, Minister Wilkinson. And over to Minister Joly. Mr. Joly, for the last 48 hours or so, you've met with your German equivalent and counterpart. I would like you to touch upon these discussions because unity and the relationship between Canada, the European Union, Canada, Europe, and obviously Canada, Germany is so important. And I would like to hear some color on those conversations, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Francesco. I think there's a reckoning on the part of the German government that for too long they relied on cheap gas, and that therefore the conditions have completely changed, and that we need to do more friendshoring, and we need to work more amongst allies when it comes to energy, when it comes to critical minerals. And so that's why there's a lot of openness on the part of Germany to invest in Canada, to do so in a way also that it is in line with our climate agenda, And that is why it is, yes, about liquefied natural gas, like mentioned by Jonathan, but also a lot about hydrogen and the type of hydrogen, so green hydrogen. And so I think while Germany is looking at dealing with its own energy security issue right now, it is also looking at doing the green transition quicker than expected. And at the same time, what is happening amongst Europe is that there is now a clear solidarity approach when it comes to dealing with Russian gas. So all 26 members will be there to support a country should it have an energy capacity issue. And so we are also working with the Americans to find solutions. The question of energy security has never been so central to our foreign policy, and that's why Jonathan and I talk to each other pretty much every day.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Ministers, for your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sabera. Now, I understand that the next round is mine, so I will pass the chair to our second Vice Chair, Mr. Bergeron. Do you accept the chair?
Oui, bien sûr.
Yes, of course, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Morans, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Wilkinson, you keep asking what the Conservatives would have done. I'll tell you what the Conservatives would have done. They wouldn't have done everything in their power over the last 7 years to absolutely kill the oil and gas industry in Canada, so that despots like Vladimir Putin could hold the European Union for ransom under circumstances like this. And particularly since 2014, it should have been clear to your government that we should have been expanding our oil and gas exportation capacity. Canada has the most ethical energy industry in the world, and yet we can't help the European Union, can we? Because we're not in a position to export LNG to the European Union. So you weren't in a position to offer that. Isn't that right, Minister?
Well, I think it's important that we actually look at the facts. If you look at production levels with respect to the oil and gas industry in Canada, they have gone up significantly over the last number of years. As you know, LNG Canada is in the process of being constructed. So is the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. So there's been significant work to expand the role that Canadian oil and gas actually plays in the context of the world economy. But it's also important to remember that climate change is actually real. It's not going away. It is an existential threat to the future of the human race, and we need to ensure that we're addressing both of those together. We are doing exactly that through the emissions reduction work that we're doing with the oil and gas sector. And so I would say we've been doing exactly what it is that Canadians should expect their government to do.
You're not answering the question. Wouldn't it be better to be able to supplant despotic oil like Vladimir Putin's oil with ethically produced Canadian gas? Basically, your government has been.
Are you asking about oil, or are you asking about gas?
No, I'm sorry. I have to be clear. Thank you for the clarification. In this case, we're talking about natural gas. We could have been in a position to supply natural gas to Germany, but we're not. If your government had taken that seriously after 2014, we would be in a position. That's what Conservatives would have done. Conservatives wouldn't do what you're implying, is to let Germans freeze. Now, the other piece of this is this.
Was there a question in there?
No, it's just a statement.
Oh, okay.
The executives of Gazprom basically come out and said that Mr. Markelov, I believe, has come out and said that it's not really about getting a turbine back. It's about sanctions. So and Chancellor Scholz has himself said that we're calling Putin's bluff. So no one really ever thought that this was about increasing gas supply for Germany. So it's not fair of you to imply that Conservatives would let Germans freeze in the cold. Who is letting Germans freeze in the cold? Your government, for failing to expand our export capacity for LNG. Now, my question is this. Have you had any discussions with the German government before you authorized the release of the turbines to supply them with Canadian LNG?
We've been having conversations for a significant time with not only with the Germans, but with the European Union about how Canada can assist with energy requirements going forward. That could include liquid natural gas, if it can fit within the time frame where they are looking to make the transition. It also certainly involves hydrogen, and there are many active proposals that are going on with respect to hydrogen. But yes, we have active working groups that have been established with both the European Union and Germany.
How long will it take before we're in a position to provide our Canadian LNG to the European Union?
Well, that is partly up to the government and it's partly up to the proponents. So the proponents that are looking at the various facilities on the East Coast have not yet come to the point where they've made some kind of an FID, a final investment decision.
Do you think if you had started in
but we
2014?
are working actively with them to try to actually help them navigate through what may be regulatory issues. We are also working with them to partner with the Germans and the Europeans.
Do you think if
but
you had
ultimately,
started...
the private sector needs to bring capital to the table to ensure that they actually can put it to work.
Last question, and I'll pass the mic. Do you think if you had started in 2014, after Mr. Putin made his intentions clear by invading and taking over Crimea, that you'd be in a position today to solve this problem for Germany and not have to send turbines to Mr. Putin so he can make more money to fund his war effort?
No, I think Mr. Morantz, you've got to actually look at some of the fundamental economics. I mean, Russian gas was always going to be cheaper, and up until the Ukrainian invasion, it has become, it was an issue of Russia, Germany looking for the cheapest source of gas. Canada's competitive advantage with respect to gas is actually very much on the West Coast, where there's a much shorter amount of transport that actually is required. That is why LNG Canada has been moving forward over the last number of years. That is why wood fiber has moved forward. But certainly, the energy security issues have changed the dynamic, and it's not just about cheap Russian oil and gas anymore. And that is exactly what is motivating some of the interest on the East Coast to look at opportunities in Germany.
Well, I put it to you that it's your government's failed energy policies that
I think fundamentally
cause the Germans to freeze
the economics, and I'd be happy to walk you through the economics of some of these issues.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron.
Merci, je vous retourne la présidence.
I am handing the chair back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Zuberi, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Morantz, and merci à les ministres ici avec nous aujourd'hui.
I'd like to also thank the ministers who are with us today.
Just put forth a question to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. In terms of the rhetoric, we've been hearing a lot of rhetoric from opposition members around what's been happening with respect to the turbines and the Ukrainian government. I'd like to ask you, has this recent incident, has it caused any true strain in the relationship between the Ukrainian government and us? If you could please comment.
I think that we've been actively engaged with the Ukrainian government.
We can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Okay.
On t'entend bien dans la salle.
Okay. Samir, can you hear me?
Mr. Clerk, what is the status of our communications?
I'm sorry, somebody was asking me. It's good. Sorry. It's good.
So it's good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so of course, we had many conversations with the Ukrainian government. There's a very open channel of communication. I speak to the chief of staff of President Zelensky, Andrei Yermak, very often, on a regular basis. Also with my counterpart Dmytro Kuleba, Foreign Affairs Minister. As you saw, also the Prime Minister has had many conversations with President Zelensky, and of course, this was a very difficult decision. Samir, you heard that. I've said it many times, and I truly feel it and believe it, because there was a lot of time Jonathan and I spent into this issue. But that being said, we announced something very important today, which is the resumption of Operation Unifier. 225 CAF members going to train Ukrainians as they're fighting a very existential war. And so we will continue to have strong sanctions, make sure that we send heavy artillery, that we're there also in terms of humanitarian aid, and we're there also to provide the right support to Ukrainians in these difficult times.
Merci. Et une deuxième question. Vous avez mentionné
the importance of maintaining the unity of the alliance in response to the Russian invasion. Can you talk to us about some difficulties that you envisage as we are heading into a new phase of the war? Thank you, Samir. I think we have to make sure that there is no fatigue. when it comes to the support in this war. We know that when it comes to news about Ukraine, they're still important, but they're not as important as they were at the beginning of the war. And there are other stakes that come into play. But so we have to make sure that Canadians are constantly and always interested and informed about what's going on. And we have to make sure that other countries, the Americans, Germans, the French, the British, do the same. It is very important that within our democracies we have strong support. We will continue to work with Ukrainian organizations. I know Alexandra is here with us on my screen, so I'd like to salute her. We will continue to work with other regional organizations too, and naturally we will be there to support them. As I was saying, there will be additional sanctions that will be announced, there will be additional support that will be announced, so we continue our support. Thank you, Madam Minister.
Given the current situation in Europe and Canada's standing as a net energy exporter, in terms of providing energy to become the energy provider of choice to Europe, what are we doing either unilaterally or with America in order to position ourselves as such?
Well, certainly Canada is looking to ensure that we are participating in helping our European friends as they transition off of Russian oil and gas. I spoke earlier about the incremental 300,000 barrels of oil and gas that we committed to work with the industry to ensure that we achieve by the end of the year, and we are on track to do that. We are working on LNG opportunities in the East Coast. We have a couple of opportunities on the West Coast that will also help in terms of increasing supply in the world. But we're also very, very focused on hydrogen, which is going to be the energy carrier of the future as we move to transition to address the climate issue, but ensure that we actually have reliable sources of energy. And Canada is blessed with the opportunity to produce hydrogen in different kinds of ways, derived from natural gas, derived from electricity, and electrolysis, in a manner that Canada can be a hydrogen superpower to the world as we move forward. And so we are looking at all of those things, the short-term opportunities to assist, and the longer-term opportunities to be a dominant player on a go-forward basis.
Thank you, Minister. Now, it looks like we have time just for one more 5-minute session. Mr. Genius, you have the floor.
No, I think the block.
Point d'ordre, Monsieur le Président.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
I've received from the clerk. Perhaps the clerk could clarify.
Oui, pour la ronde de questions, c'est la
The second and following rounds of questions, it says 5 minutes for the Conservative Party, Liberal 5 minutes, and then 2.5 Bloc, 2.5 NDP, and then 5 and 5, and then back to a third round, 5 minutes for Conservatives. We are in the third round. We have finished the second round. So it was Conservative, Liberal, Bloc, NDP, Conservative, Liberal. And second round, we start again, Conservative, Liberal, and so on and so forth. So this is the motion that was adopted at the first meeting. So we are now going to continue with Le Bloc. So Conservative Party 5 minutes, Liberal, Bloc Québécois, NDP, Conservative, Liberal. This is the round, and then we restart with the Conservatives.
Correct.
Monsieur Greffier, on a entamé la...
Mr. Clerk, we've started the third round, so I don't really follow your reasoning. It's not my reasoning. It's the motion that was adopted. This is not my committee, but I think this is the motion that was adopted at the first meeting. So this indicates the order. So as I was saying, Conservative, Liberal, in Bloc, NDP, Conservative, Liberal, and then we restart. If I can, after Madam Macpherson, we had 5 minutes for Mr. Genuis, and then there was 5 minutes for the Liberals, and then another 5-minute round given to Mr. Morant, and then another 5 minutes given to the Liberals, And normally I should have my 2.5 minutes. I am following the order that you mentioned. So we've done 2 5-minute rounds.
The ministers, it's 1:28. If the ministers would indulge us by staying for 5 minutes, let's do 2.5-minute rounds, then one for Mr. Bergeron and one for Ms. McPherson, and that'll cap off the ministers' meeting. Does that work for everybody?
Fine.
Okay,
Minister, we started 5 minutes late. I wonder, can we just finish the third round? Or, I mean, I think it is Mr. Bergeron's turn, but I just wonder if we can finish the third round.
I have a hard end. I can stay for an extra couple of minutes to finish the 2.5, which I think is fair because the Bloc and the NDP didn't get anything in the third round, but I have a hard end. So.
Okay, so Mr. Bergeron, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I would like to let my colleagues know that interrupting each other and just eating into each other's speaking time has been giving our interpreters a hard time. So if we can avoid doing that for the rest. Mr. Wilkinson, when you answered my question about the different types of turbines that could potentially work in Nord Stream 1, you finished by referring to unity, but we have Rick Taylor, a retired general, is warning us that this decision risked weakening the Western sanctions regime. And we are seeing that Hungary is taking a step. They might actually have an increased supply of natural gas delivery, and they opposed the European plan for the reduction of natural gas consumption. So is this not a first break, if you will, in the common front of Western nations on the one hand? And on the other hand, if you can give us a bit more detail on the Ukrainian proposal of having the advantage of providing gas and oil supply for Ukraine, while at the same time given, of course, a common front of the European countries that would have forced Putin's hand if he went on to supply Europe or completely cut off supply for Europe.
Il y a beaucoup de questions.
You asked many questions. Yes, I had limited time. What I would like to say is that it is very important to support the unity of our allies and also to support the Ukrainian people. So we have taken steps to make sure that we can support Ukraine. You referred to Mr. Hillier, but maybe you forgot the 2 others, Mr. Wesley Clark and Mr. David Petraeus, who declared their support for Canada's decision. As I've already mentioned, they said that it is very important that we are united and together with our allies to make sure that we can all together support Ukraine, and that's exactly what we did with this decision.
The floor for the last 2.5 minutes. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to ask some very, very quick questions of Minister Joly, if I could. I don't know that we got the clarity that we needed to with regards to the embassy staff in Ukraine. So the Globe and Mail is standing by its reporting today, and it spoke to Ukrainian staff, and this is what they said, and I quote: "The Ukrainian staff members, some of whom have returned to their posts in Kyiv, said that they could not respond to requests for comment because of an internal hunt to find the Globe's unnamed sources. So several said they were afraid speaking out would cost them their jobs." I just would like, yes or no, is there an internal hunt to find these whistleblowers at this time, Minister Joly?
No, Heather, because there's no need for whistleblowing.
Thank you. And then the second question is, will you, and I don't think I got an answer on this when I asked it in the last session, but will you immediately rescind the 2014 Harper era memo that denies locally engaged staff a duty of care and issue a new memo stating that Canada does have a duty of care?
So indeed, there's an issue with the Harper approach when it comes to duty of care. And that's problematic. And we've seen it in the context of Ukraine. So what I will do is definitely in the context of addressing the issue, we will use the future of diplomacy process that is undergoing to make sure that we study it and that we make sure that we abide by our moral obligations to be there for locally engaged staff.
To be fair, Minister, we don't need to study it. We could rescind that. You've already said that it's wrong. It's a bad memo. It's a bad policy. You have the ability to rescind that policy right this minute. You could do that, and that would protect staff around the world that work for Canadians.
Actually, it's in a legislation of 2014. So obviously there would be a need to change that legislation. That's why we have to do it.
It's a memo and you could do it. So I'm going to ask another couple questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
With regards to the sanctions, and I know it's so fast, I apologize. With regards to the sanctions, I have put forward a study so that we can do a follow-up study to the 2017 committee study on Canada's sanctions regime. I think we're all very worried that the sanction regime is not transparent. It is not enforceable. It is not being done properly. So I would like to bring the CBSA, the RCMP, national security folks to talk about the sanctions issues and to discuss the threats to Canadians and to our national staff abroad. But I'm just wondering if you would agree, given that there is so many problems with our sanction regime, that an annual report, one of the recommendations from the 2017 study, would be a good idea.
Well, I haven't read directly the 2017 report. I will look into it, and I look forward to talking to you about it for sure.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you to both ministers for your time and answering our questions today. It's very much appreciated. We're going to suspend for a couple of minutes to do a sound check for Ms. Kichi from the UCC, and we will pick it up then.
Thank you, folks.
And have a nice day.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup.
So, Ms. Kichi, I will.
Representative from the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, Alexandra Kichi, President of the Ukrainian Congress, appearing virtually. Ms. Kichi, please proceed with your opening statement for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I would like to thank you for the opportunity of addressing you on the 162nd day of the war in Ukraine. Every morning since February 24th, I have been checking my phone and giving silent thanks that none of my friends or family were killed overnight. And then after I checked my phone, I asked myself, what am I going to do today to end Russia's war against Ukraine? So today, what I am doing is testifying before you. On July 28th, Russian social media channels posted a video of a Russian soldier castrating a Ukrainian POW. The next day, Russian occupation forces in Olenivka murdered over 50 Ukrainian POWs. A week before that, the Russians bombed the port of Odessa, from which grain was to be exported. And the week before that, the Russians bombed a shopping center in Vinnytsia. And before that, Kremenchuk, Kharkiv, Mariupol. Evidence of mass rape of civilians, women, girls, and boys has been collected and documented. In March, after the Russians retreated, mass graves of civilians were found in Bucha. I visited Bucha in June. What I saw, I assure you, I will never forget. I could go on, but suffice to say that we've all had a front seat what Russia is doing in Ukraine. And since February 24th, Russia has earned over 100 billion euros in revenue from fossil fuels. 60% of that came from the EU. This is untenable. This is the financing of genocide. So today I ask you, members of the committee, the same question that I ask myself. What will you do today to end Russia's war against Ukraine? The Ukrainian Canadian Congress asks that you do the following, that you call on the government of Canada to revoke the permit that allows the ongoing servicing of turbines that enable Russia's terrorist war machine to function, and to restore full sanctions against Gazprom. And why do we suggest that? Because it's absolutely clear that Russia contrived the Nord Stream 1 debacle to test the resolve of Germany, Canada, and our allies on sanctions. And we have failed that test. Germany and Canada did not understand what the test was. It's about sanctions, the unity on sanctions, not just on Nord Stream 1, but on the ultimate prize, Nord Stream 2. Putin has not given up on that. So when Chancellor Scholz says that he called a bluff, he called the wrong bluff. But nonetheless, he's received a response, and now the choice is clear. It's time to restore those sanctions. As you know, the UCC opposed and continues to oppose the waiver of sanctions on Gazprom, and indeed the waiver of any sanctions as they relate to Russia and its genocidal war in Ukraine. It's been the long-standing position of the UCC that seeking to accommodate or placate Russia only emboldens them. The Russian regime responds only to strength. We know this because of events in the past, by Russia's war against Ukraine in the present, and will be borne out in the future as well, unless we collectively put an end to this. And Mr. Sorbara, that journey can't be long because too many Ukrainians are dying every day. So I submit to you that there is no reasonable justification for the continuation of the waiver, and there was none when the decision was first taken. As you review the testimony before you today, I ask you to consider two things. Did the government of Canada do everything possible to avoid lifting those sanctions? Did they leave any stone unturned before capitulating to what everyone knows was blackmail? And secondly, is there an ongoing justification to continue with the waiver? I believe that there were other options that Canada and Germany could have pursued, but it appears that they chose not to pursue them. Firstly, we already heard mention of the alternative pipelines through Ukraine and Poland. Now that would have been a bluff worth calling to put that choice to Putin. But Minister Wilkinson has said that that was not a viable choice, but ironically, are they a better choice than the 20% that Gazprom has now reduced the flow to? And we should also note that those pipelines running through Ukraine are the only piece of infrastructure that Russia has not yet bombed. Ask yourselves, why not? So there are also alternative energy suppliers on the global market. We have not heard any evidence on that point, and it appears that Chancellor Scholz was interested in only one alternative, the continued supply of cheap Russian gas for 2 more years and through a Gazprom-owned pipeline and not any other pipeline. As for the continuation of the permit, in light of what has transpired since July 9th, we submit there is no justification. As was entirely predictable, Russia did not restore the gas flow and is now demanding further concessions. First, the papers weren't in order. Now the repairs are defective. This dance will continue forever. And frankly, I am very troubled by the ease with which the government of Canada granted the turbine waiver. It does not instill confidence that further concessions won't be granted. And one of the most important lessons that history has taught us is that appeasement of aggressors and dictators does not work. It has the opposite effect. It emboldens them. Appeasement is what got us here in the first place after the West remained silent on Georgia, on Chechnya, Crimea and the Donbass, Syria, on Salisbury, and countless other blatant violations of international law by Russia. And as NATO Secretary Jens Stoltenberg recently stated, if Ukraine loses, it's a danger for us. It will make Europe even more vulnerable to Russian aggression. So even if you don't care about the moral aspect of this, you should care about your own security interest. He went on to say, and so we must pay. We must pay for the support, pay for the humanitarian aid, and pay for the consequences of economic sanctions, because the alternative is to pay a much higher price later on. Yes, we pay a price, but the price we pay as the EU and NATO is a price we measure in money. The price Ukrainians pay is measured in the lives lost every day. So it's time for Canada and our allies to finally take the upper hand in dealing with Russia and to say no to blackmail and stop responding to their demands. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kichi. We'll go right to Mr. Bazan, who has a 6-minute round. Mr. Bazan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank UCC and Alexandra for appearing today. This is a very troubling time. It's embarrassing that the government of Canada capitulated. I appreciate your thoughts with everyone in Ukraine and for your strong advocacy on behalf of Ukraine here in Canada. So you talk about the sanctions regime. Do you believe that this is the thin edge of the wedge that could potentially topple the entire sanctions regime with the return of the turbines? And do you believe that every time Putin wants to call his bluff, as Minister Wilkinson said, that Canada is going to be suckered in?
I think this is the first waiver of sanctions that we have seen. I think it is the thin edge of the wedge, and the way to resolve it is to revoke that permit and show Putin that the West will not be toyed with.
Thank you. Now that more revenues are flowing back to Russia because, or potentially could flow back to Russia with the return of the turbines, do you believe Canada should be increasing its military assistance to Ukraine as well as humanitarian relief?
We have always advocated for more and continued assistance to Ukraine. We are, of course, grateful for the support that the government of Canada has provided to date, but the war is not over. The economic situation in Ukraine is deteriorating. They need more help. And of course, on the military front, the Ukrainians must be allowed to win this war. They're prepared to fight our fight, the West's fight, and the least we can do is support them militarily.
So you would agree, or UCC would agree, that military equipment like sending the new sniper rifles that are sitting at PGW Defense in Winnipeg should be purchased by the government of Canada and supplied to Ukraine, or that the armored ambulances that we have on inventory that are about to retire, there's 32 Bisons that are configured as armored ambulances that should be sent to Ukraine to help save lives, or that the soon to be retired vehicles, light armored vehicles that we have, the entire fleet, Coyotes and Bisons and M113s, track labs are all about to be retired. Are those the things that Canada should be supplying right now to Ukraine and that Canada has dragged its feet on?
Mr. Bazan, I never thought that I would have to learn the language of war or understand military procurement. And it pains me every day that I have to do that. I don't pretend to be a military expert. When we are asked these questions, we defer to our embassy in Ottawa to assist us in understanding what the needs of Ukraine are. All I can say is if Canada has it, we should send it.
Thank you. When we're looking at the atrocities as you laid out, and we talk about, the capitulation by the government of Canada, what should we be doing? And aside from, revoking the waiver and reversing this ill-advised decision, what should the government of Canada be doing to ensure that those that are responsible for the atrocities and war crimes that we're witnessing are brought to justice?
Well, we of course have the International Criminal Court that has taken steps and opened investigations. There is ongoing work with the Office of the Prosecutor General. Personally, I would like to see Canada playing a greater role in the prosecution of war crimes. We are blessed to have amongst us a prominent jurist, the Honorable Louise Arbour, who has direct experience in that. She has prosecuted a genocide in her lifetime. And I would encourage the Government of Canada to assign Madame Arbour to that role to represent Canada in that effort.
Mr. Chair, I think it's very unfortunate that we have only invited UCC to be here for half an hour when they are the leading voice of the Ukrainian diaspora and those of us of Ukrainian heritage that live in Canada. And they are so knowledgeable on the crimes against humanity that occur in Ukraine, on what Ukraine needs, or in constant communication with the government of Ukraine. So I'd like to move the following, that the committee invite the Ukrainian Canadian Congress back to answer additional questions on the matter currently before the committee for an additional hour before August the 20th.
Thank you, Mr. Bazan. We have a motion on the floor. Does anyone wish to speak to the motion?
Mr. Chair, my hand is up in the room.
Ms. Bedian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think that it's very important to hear from the UCC. I'm certainly glad that they're joining us here today. I think it's a bit unfortunate, actually, that a motion was moved by a Conservative during the UCC's testimony, because it does take away time from this important discussion. And I think we should maximize the amount of time that we have with the Ukrainian Congress while they are with us. And while I appreciate the suggestion, it could be something that we deal with when we don't have witnesses before us. So I would move to adjourn debate on this motion.
Sorry, Mr. Clerk, I'm going to need a little assistance from you on this. We have a motion on the floor.
So we have to vote.
We have to vote on that motion.
To adjourn debate, we have to vote on that motion first, since it's not debatable. So the motion from Mrs. Bendayan to adjourn debate.
Okay, so I call the question. Is that on Ms.? Okay. All right. So I'm going to call the question on Ms. Bendayan's motion to adjourn debate on Mr. Bazan's motion.
So Mrs. Madame Bendayan?
Je vote en faveur.
Mr. Sobara?
Aussi, je vote en faveur.
Mr. Sidhu?
In favor.
Mr. Sarai?
In favor.
Mr. Zuberi?
En faveur.
Mr. Lippert?
Opposed.
Mr. Genius?
No. No, excuse me.
Monsieur Bergeron?
Oui.
I vote yes.
Monsieur Bazan?
No. Oh, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sorry, James.
I got left behind.
So just to be clear, Mr. Lippert voted no. Okay, just because there was.
Yeah, I voted no.
No. Mr. Bizan?
No.
Mr. Genius, you vote.
I voted no.
Monsieur Bergeron?
Oui.
Mrs. McPherson?
No.
So we have 6 yeas, 4 nays.
So the motion has been approved, and debate is now adjourned on Mr. Bazan's motion. Mr. Bazan, I think, roughly 2 minutes left in your round. Please, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to go back with UCC to talk about, the situation on the ground. If they can describe in more detail, where Ukraine needs more assistance. And now that Russia is receiving more revenues, or potentially more revenues through Gazprom, how Canada can invest in Ukraine to help them win this war.
Again, hearkening back to my earlier response, I am not a military expert, but I do
I'm talking not just about military, I'm talking about the entire, the economy, humanitarian assistance, infrastructure, having a Marshall Plan, things along that line.
Well, obviously the avenues that have been pursued by the Allies so far, I think where we could see more is even greater sanctions. I don't believe that we have seen the sanctions from hell that President Biden forecast many months ago. They seem to be coming in spurts, and I think that they could be certainly more aggressive and more comprehensive. On the economic support, Ukraine has had to ask for a waiver of interest payments on the international debt that it owes. Inflation is forecast at the contraction of the economy is forecast at something like 40%. And Ukraine does need economic support to keep small businesses going. What I marvel at is the fact that there is any business or any economy functioning at all in these wartime conditions. So anything that we can do to assist on the humanitarian aid front, while Canada has welcomed, I believe, close to 50,000 Ukrainians in the last few months, there is ongoing support that can be provided to our allies in Europe, where the bulk of the displaced persons remain. They are reluctant to leave the continent.
Ms. Kichi, I hate to interrupt, but there are other members who, we have such a short time, so you know how fast a half an hour goes by. And so Mr. Sadu is now up for 6 minutes. Mr. Sadu, you have the floor.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be splitting my time with my colleague Francesco Sorbrera. Ms. Kichi, thank you for being here with us today and for taking the time to share some of your thoughts and your statement today in this very important meeting. Ms. Kichi, as you may be aware, just this week, Canada imposed further additional sanctions as we continue to stand side by side with Ukraine. There is no doubt that Canada will continue working with our international partners and allies to explore additional measures. As stated by Minister Joly, studies show that Russia has lost companies worth nearly 40% of its GDP as a result of the many sanctions imposed by Canada and our allies. Given the significant volume of sanctions announced, it is sometimes difficult to compare when it comes to sanctions against industries such as oil and gas and luxury goods. Are you aware of any other G7 countries that have implemented as expansive measures as Canada?
I do not have our comparison chart at hand. Our office does run that metric, and we can share it with the committee if you like. But one of the things that Canada certainly could do that would do more than actually sanctions is declare Russia a state sponsor of terrorism. That would take care of a lot of the issues that we are talking about. It would remove state immunity from Russia, and it would make them the pariah internationally that they deserve to be.
Mr. Chairman, okay to speak? Well, thank you, Ms. Kitchie. As you just mentioned, you've called for Russia to be declared a state sponsor of terrorism, terror, a designation Canada has only ever used against Iran. To your knowledge, have any other G7 governments implemented a similar designation against Russia?
That debate is ongoing. South of our border, our American friends, both houses are considering a motion to do just that. And as Nancy Pelosi, the speaker, said, if Russia isn't on the list of state terrorists, then tear up the list.
Thank you, Ms. Kitchie. Can you speak to the importance of Canada's continued support for Ukraine in terms of financial and military aid, and why it's important Canadians not become fatigued as this war drags on?
Because it's a war that Ukraine is fighting for all Western democracies. If Ukraine loses this war, as Jens Stoltenberg said, eventually that war will bleed out to Europe and beyond. And we know that from Putin's statements. You've all read his manifestos where he foresees a reconstitution, not just of the former Soviet Union, but of the Russian Empire. And we know that the support of Ukraine's neighbors is particularly strong because they know that all that stands between them and Putin are the Ukrainians.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll now turn the floor over to Francesco Sorbero, if you want to turn the floor over.
Thank you, Parliamentary Secretary Sadu. To the Ukrainian Congress, thank you for your testimony today. And obviously, we want the war to come to an end as soon as possible, and for Ukraine to have its territorial sovereignty and integrity protected and belonging to the Ukrainian people and no one else. Full stop. In terms of the view in the world, in terms of our allies and working together, wouldn't you agree that it's important for Canada to continue working with our allies? You know, you mentioned the United States. The United States did come out and say that they supported our decision on the turbines. The Europeans said the same thing. And in fact, moving the turbines back over to mainland Europe would not actually impact the amount of funds that Russia collects. Those are governed under a contract with Europe. I know MP Bazan alluded to this fact, but I'm going to have to disagree with that. That is my understanding of how that works, that it would not actually allow Russia to gain any additional funds. And I want to make that point, but don't you agree that Canada has been working with its allies, with Ukraine, even today, the announcement of the Canadian Armed Forces going over to the UK to again and continue to assist the training of Ukrainian soldiers in defending their territorial integrity of Ukraine?
The Ukrainian Canadian Congress certainly appreciates all of the assistance that Canada and allies have been providing. But on this point, we respectfully disagree. We believe that this was a test of unity on sanctions. And we believe that this has created a chink in the armor. And it's not too late to reverse that decision. It is a revocable permit. And we call upon this committee to ask the Government of Canada to revoke that permit. We have not heard what the Americans or any other allies have said since July 9th, when we've seen the result of the return of that turbine.
Chair, I'm finished in my line of questioning. Thank you. And thank you for your attendance today, Alexandra. And obviously, God's blessings and God's speeds to the people of Ukraine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sorbera. Mr. Bergeron, you have the floor for 6 minutes.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, I would like to assure UCC that they have our fullest support. The vote that took place a couple minutes ago does not in any way mean that we don't want to hear you for longer. It's quite the contrary. I made it clear to the clerk and to the chair that half an hour was not sufficient to have the opportunity of talking to you. Having said that, I don't think that it is the appropriate means of doing this is a last-minute motion to impose witnesses to members of this committee. But with that, I am completely open to having, of course, asking you to join us again as to appear as a witness again. In the meantime, maybe some progress will have happened as well. Now, you know that all the sanctions imposed by the European Union, rather, was careful to target the energy supply coming from Russia. It's a precaution. Let's call this a precaution that Canada did not resort to when it decided to introduce its sanctions regime, which led us to the situation in which Canada found itself. But considering the fact that the European Union was careful to avoid including in its sanctions all aspects that could touch energy supply coming from Russia, do you believe that this precaution would have nullified all the criticism, if you will, that the government of Canada's decision could have allowed the supply of oil and gas to Europe coming from Russia, and at the same time, of course, supplying the Russian war machine?
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron, for the clarification with respect to the motion. I am always ready to testify before this committee and any other. With regard to the EU sanctions, I believe that the EU will reconsider its position, given that we have now seen Russia cut off Poland and Bulgaria and Finland because they did stick to the sanctions when they were called upon to pay for Russian gas in rubles. They took a principled position, refused to do so, and Russia cut them off. I understand that Russia is now cutting off other countries and strategically cutting off other businesses and industries. And it is clear that Russia is engaging now in the continuation of the gas wars that they have played for the last 30 years. Every time there was a political problem with Ukraine, they would cut the gas off to Europe so that the Europeans would pressure the Ukrainians. But I think, when speaking of unity of the allies, one of the principles of that is that nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And the point was made earlier with Madame Joly that Ukrainians are allies as well. And there is no unity on that question with the Ukrainians. They object to the waiver of those sanctions.
If we admit Canada's pretension that this authorization would have served to show Moscow's real motivation. And you heard Minister Wilkinson talking about having gas go through a Ukrainian pipeline, and you underlined that this was the only infrastructure in Ukraine which is yet to be bombarded. Why do you believe that this infrastructure is an alternative, an interesting alternative, plausible and a valid alternative?
For the simple fact that it exists. There are pipelines through Ukraine and through Poland that are alternatives to Nord Stream 1. If this was about the turbine, you avoid the question of the turbine by using one of the other pipelines. If the question is about sanctions, though, then you don't avoid the question. And I think it has always been about sanctions, not about the pipeline or the turbine. And we have allowed ourselves, Canada has allowed itself to be party to blackmail that resulted in a waiver of those sanctions.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. Now we have Ms. McPherson for 6 minutes, and that will bring us to the end of our meeting with the UCC. Ms.
Thank you very
McPherson?
much. Thanks, Mr. Chair. And I would like to thank our guest from the UCC and just give my heartfelt thanks for the work that you and the entire organization has been doing over the last terrible months as we see what's happened in Ukraine. I know that not only are you expected to be the voice of Ukrainian Canadians, but you are also dealing with the horrific burden of what we are watching happening in Ukraine. And your bravery is admirable. So thank you for being here. Thank you for your voice. Thank you for the work that you've done to this point. Also very, very keen on having you come back and speak to the committee. So I look forward to that opportunity. I think what I'd like to ask is some questions just about the sanctions regime itself. So yes, I mean, I think we can look at what happened with regards to the waiver, and say that basically we've now set up a system where Germans aren't any better off for the weakening of our sanctions. That Putin has very clearly used this as a tool to blackmail our allies and blackmail us, and now it is proven to have worked. So why would he not use this same system with regards to food, with regards to energy in other countries? He has, as we know, weaponized food to the point where millions of people's lives are at risk. Will he use this to chip away at our sanctions? So it's a big worry that I have. And I just wonder from your perspective, if that's something that you see, if you do have some worry about setting a precedent where we allow a man like Vladimir Putin to blackmail Canada and to undermine our sanction regime.
Well, absolutely, and that has been the position of the UCC since before the war began. We warned in the months leading up to the full-scale invasion that strong deterrence was the only way to stop an invasion. We called for arming Ukraine, for sanctions before, and unfortunately, that only started to happen in the days and leading up to the war. Canada only made the decision to send lethal weapons some 10 days prior to the actual invasion. And so I urge you all to become historians, students of history, and understand who we are dealing with. Ukrainians, unfortunately, have lived with various versions of Vladimir Putin for over 300 years, and we know exactly how the psyche works. And appeasement does not work with him. Only a strong hand will show Putin that the West means what it says. And by caving on sanctions, we are showing him our weakness.
Absolutely. And I'm sure you were watching while the ministers were here providing testimony for us. And I did flag with Minister Joly that I'm very concerned about how our sanctions are being enforced, the lack of transparency so that parliamentarians can see, that Canadians can see what is being seized, what those assets are. I've brought it up in the House a number of times. I've asked it in order paper questions. A perfect example is that we learned yesterday that the CBSA was able to stop a shipment of dual-use weapons to Russia. But that's the only one that they can tell us any information about. They can't release details about any other shipments. And we also know from John Iveson's story on July 21st that Italian officials had seized Russian-bound drones sent via Canada, and that the CBSA missed that shipment. So I'm wondering if you feel that when we hear the government talk about the 1,600 sanctions that they have in place, do you worry that it is performative, that this sanction regime is in fact a performative thing where they are saying the right things, they are telling us that the sanctions are in place, but there is no way for us to check, no way for Canadians to know if they're working, no way for us to measure the efficacy of that sanction regime?
The UCC would certainly welcome greater transparency on sanctions regimes. Since 2014, UCC called for the imposition of strong sanctions following the invasion of Crimea and the Donbass, and we did not see anything particularly muscular coming from Canada. We urged, at a minimum, a mirroring of what the Americans were doing, what the EU was doing. So we certainly would welcome greater transparency. And also, we would like to see a beneficial ownership registry of in Canada, so that we could see who owns what. I mean, the purpose of sanctions is to freeze those assets, but I think the next step, and we've got the legislation in place now, is to seize them and sell them. And that can only happen if we know what we're looking for. And I think $120 million of seized assets is probably just the tip of the iceberg in terms of what is being controlled in Canada by Russians and their proxies.
Absolutely. And I have heard from people who have said that it is very difficult for us to even understand the shipping between Russia and Canada. And, in fact, the transparency of the Russian Federation is higher than the transparency of the Canadian government in terms of that. So certainly I think there's a lot of work that the Canadian government could do to make sure that that's in place. And I agree with you that we 100% need to understand who is benefiting from these. I know these corporate relationships are very, very complex, and it will take some specialists to do that. So I look forward to working with the minister and working with all my colleagues to make sure that happens.
Thank you, Ms. McPherson, and that brings us to the end of our meeting with the
point of order.
UCC. Mr. Jennings, you have the floor on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wonder if you can clarify, the committee passed a motion specifically wanting to hear from the UCC, and we are hearing from them, but for an unprecedentedly short period of time. And you've heard from Conservatives, NDP, and Bloc that we think the time is too short. UCC is an extremely important organization representing Ukrainians across the country in of course, a very, very challenging context with the war going on. Could you clarify for the committee, given the motion that was passed, who made the decision that we should only hear from them for half an hour today, and was there any rationale given as to why such a short amount of time for the Ukrainian Canadian Congress, given their importance and given the explicit wish of the committee?
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. Well, of course, I'm not sure it's a point of order. It's more of a matter of discussion and negotiations that should be taking place with the committee. Having said that, as you're aware, I am the vice chair and subbed in at the last minute, and I'm not. I was not privy to discussions that went on with respect to the timing of the visit by the UCC. I do share some concerns, however, that the time is simply not enough, and it would have been nice if the committee could just simply agree before the end of this meeting. It was clear to me by the motion that we were supposed to have more than one meeting. I think it's right in the motion to hear from witnesses. I think we should all just be able to agree on that so that we can move forward. So I'd leave that for a discussion of committee members. That would be my recommendation.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, you as vice chair were not consulted by the
Point
chair.
of order, Mr. Chair, that you have clearly stated that what Mr. Genuis is doing right now does not fall into the point of order category. I would invite you as chair to please continue on with the meeting.
The meeting, I don't think it's a point of order, although I think it would be reasonable to have more meetings, and that was what was discussed in the motion. So we are at the end of our meeting, the first meeting. We're going to adjourn. I understand new login details will be issued by the clerk, and we will reconvene at 3:30 Central Eastern time.
They were
Thank
sent
you.
at 1:18 to all members.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Foreign Affairs and International Development. Pursuant to the motion adopted on July 15th, the committee is meeting on its study on its study of the export of Russian Gazprom turbines. As always, interpretation is available through the globe icon at the bottom of your screen. I would like to take this opportunity to remind all participants to this meeting that screenshots or taking photos of your screen is not permitted. Before speaking, please wait until I recognize you by name. When speaking, please speak slowly and clearly. When you are not speaking, your mic should be on mute. A reminder that all comments by members and witnesses should be addressed through the chair. I'm Marty Morantz. I'm the vice chair of the committee. I will also be asking questions, and when I do, I'll be passing the chair to my colleague, Mr. Bergeron, the second vice chair, and that's how we will proceed. I'd now like to welcome our witnesses. We have our witnesses today are Melita Gabrick, head of the delegation and ambassador of the European Union, the Embassy of the Federal Republic of Germany, Ms. Sabine Sparwasser, ambassador to the Federal Republic of Germany to Canada, and the ambassador of Ukraine to Canada, Julia Kovalev. Welcome, all of you. Thank you for being here. I'd like to ask each of you to make your opening statements. You each have 5 minutes. We'll start with the European ambassador, Ms. Gabrick. Please proceed. You have the floor. You'll have to unmute, Ms. Gabrick.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development, Honorable Committee members, Excellencies Sparwasser and Kovalev. It is my pleasure to be with you today to provide perspective on the matter at hand on behalf of the European Union. Since the very first day of the unprovoked, illegal, egregiously unjustified military invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, Europe has been helping Ukraine economically, financially, with humanitarian assistance, diplomatically, politically, and with the provision of weapons through the European Peace Facility. And we will continue to do so. In order to restrict the Kremlin's means to finance this disastrous war, the EU and its member states have also adopted the largest sanctions package in European Union history. We are closely cooperating with our transatlantic and international allies, with Canada being one of our closest partners. We appreciate the timely and efficient exchange of information, as well as the support that Canada has been providing to Ukraine. We appreciate Canada's investment in European security and its commitment to a rules-based international order. To cut revenue sources for Russia from its energy exports, the EU is determined to wean itself off Russian energy altogether. To this end, a decision was made to ban 90% of oil imports from Russia by the end of this year. We have also adopted a ban on all imports of coal from Russia, the export of specific refining technologies, as well as new investments in the Russian energy sector. The EU sanctions regime, however, does not affect goods or technology linked to the industrial transport of natural gas into the European Union, nor is Nord Stream 1 subject to any EU sanctions. In other words, nothing under the EU sanctions regime would have prevented the repatriation of the Nord Stream 1 turbine. The European Commission welcomed the decision by Canada to return a natural gas pipeline turbine to Germany after its repair for use in the Nord Stream 1 pipeline, which has been transporting gas to a number of European countries. With the return of this part, one of the excuses being used by Russia for reduced gas flows was removed. Such flows in the short term help EU countries to stock up on supplies for the winter and are part of a strategy of phasing out our reliance on Russian energy. Russia is continuously using energy supplies as a weapon against the EU and its member states. We have adopted a number of measures to prepare for possible further disruptions of gas supplies from Russia, ranging from diversifying supply sources, speeding up the development of renewables, becoming more energy efficient, and reducing natural gas demand this winter. The EU and Canada have been working together to identify concrete and viable areas for cooperation on the key energy-related commodities for which the EU has a particular need: liquefied natural gas and hydrogen, but also uranium, critical raw materials, potash, and biomass. We are grateful to Canada for its support and commitment to helping with European energy security while deepening cooperation on our mutual net zero energy transition. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. Next, we have the Ambassador of Germany to Canada, Ms. Barwasser. You have the floor for your opening statement. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for this opportunity to appear at this hearing. The decision of the Canadian government to grant an exemption for the export of the Siemens gas turbine on request of my country has given rise to much controversy and criticism, and I want to give you the German perspective here. Before I go into the arguments, allow me to place this question in a larger context. What we're leading today is a very important debate, but it is a debate amongst very close partners and friends. We are all united and allied in our strategic goal. Russia must not win this war of aggression against Ukraine. It must not succeed in its attempt to draw the map by force, and it must not be allowed to destroy the post-war security order of Europe. All governments called upon to witness today here in this room, Canadian, European, German, we are all actively and unambiguously supporting Ukraine against the Russian aggression. We do it politically, financially, and militarily, including with heavier weapons. Together with our partners in the G7, we have decided on unprecedented packages of far-reaching sanctions. And I want to stress it, we are in this for the long haul. As Chancellor Scholz just said, we will support Ukraine for as long as it takes. We want Ukraine to be free and sovereign and able to become part of the European Union. So our message today should be clear to anybody, and it certainly should be clear to Russia. We are Ukraine's friends and firm allies. We will stay the course. So when we debate now the export of this turbine or these turbines, we debate about a very important issue, but it's not a strategic one, it's a tactical one. Both sides in this debate have valid and weighty arguments. No decision is perfect, none was easy. It was only after a lot of soul-searching that Germany asked Canada to allow a waiver of its national sanctions regime, and the Canadian government did grant it after difficult deliberations. We're very grateful for the decision. The reasoning behind our request is simple. Our sanctions should impose economic cost on Russia, but they must not harm us more than that they harm Russian interest. As you well know, many countries in the EU, including Germany, are still decreasingly, but still dependent on Russian gas for their energy supply. And that's just the reason why Europe, and by the way, the US, sanctions did not include sanctioning goods and services related to the delivery of Russian gas. Canada has been a leader within the G7 on sanctions against Russia. Canadian legislation has imposed nationally a broader sanctions regime. It is geared to hurt Russia. It was certainly not designed to make it harder for the Europeans to fill their gas tanks while quickly replacing Russian gas. Mr. Chair, let me say sanctions are a very blunt instrument. When states impose economic cost on another country, they often inflict unintended consequences on third parties. Waivers allow flexibility and they allow us to sharpen sanctions. All our countries use them. The US do it. The EU just waived some sanctions on Russia to help open up for Ukrainian food exports and to take away Russia's pretext that the Western sanctions are to blame for the global food crisis. And for a very similar reason, Germany asked Canada in July to allow the delivery of the turbines. We did not want to fall into Putin's trap. He pretended that it was the lacking turbines that was the reason why Gazprom had to cut delivery of gas to Germany and to Europe. We did not believe him then. We do not believe him now. We have seen now how Russia finds more and more pretexts not to take the turbines back. And that is really a case in point. We have called his bluff. With the delivery of turbine, the pretext was gone. Now it's clear for all to see. Russia is using energy to exert pressure on Europe. It's trying to pit one ally against the other. It wants to divide us. We need to resist this. We also need to get out of our dependency on Russian fossil fuels very fast. Germany has already taken a lot of bold steps, and the EU has done it too, as Melita explained. We have achieved good progress on coal. We're out of it. Oil, we're going to be out of it very soon. And on gas, well, on February 24th, our dependency in Germany from Russian gas imports stood at 55%. In the last few weeks, it was down to 30. I checked today, we're down to 26%. That's huge progress. Our goal is to phase out completely out of Russian energy as fast as we can. Today, Germany, as well as a considerable number of other European countries, we will still need it in order to fill up for the coming winter, though. We're trying to fill up our gas storage as fast as we can to 80–90% as the backbone for the winter. It's very important for heating in Europe. We're also preparing for the possibility that Russia will decide to cut off Europe completely or nearly completely. So nationally and on the EU level, we're coordinating a whole bundle of emergency measures. And I will very quickly name just 4. We will bring back what we wanted to phase out, namely coal, and that is very painful in face of our climate targets. We're in the process also of reassessing our nuclear phase out. We may prolong the life cycle of our remaining nuclear reactors. Second point, we share and we save. The EU has just released this gas saving plan. Melita referred to it. And hopefully we will save energy at a rate of 15%, all of the European countries and Germany even more. Third point, we diversify. Our partners in Norway, in Netherlands, and the US have increased their production in order to make up for at least some of the shortfalls in Russian gas. To receive liquefied gas, Germany is installing now 2 LNG ports by the end of this year and probably 2 to 4 more by the end of next year. And
Ambassador, I'm sorry to interrupt, but perhaps we could get you to wrap up.
Yes.
It's just that there's so many MPs that have questions.
No
need to apologize. It's my job to be the heavy. Please.
So I just want to say we're speeding up our energy transition, and we've changed our legislation frames. We're trying to do it in weakened. If the economy in Europe and in Germany stutters, that would entail also very heavy repercussions for our joint ability to continue our support of Ukraine. And my last sentence is where I started. We're in this for the long haul. We need to be united. We need to be strong. We need to be there for the support of Ukraine and the rebuilding of Ukraine as a free and sovereign nation in Europe.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And next we have Ambassador Kovalev, Ukrainian ambassador to Canada. You have the floor for your opening remarks.
Dear
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Chair, dear members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to address. Since February 21st, as Russia started its unjustified war against Ukraine, it uses a wide range of weapons: missiles, tanks, sexual violence, food and energy. We value Canada's leadership and swift parliamentary reactions to be one of the first countries to recognize Russian aggression and war crimes as a genocide of Ukrainian people. You stated the obvious and helped us build alliances around the whole world to recognize that Russia's goal is to destroy Ukraine as a sovereign country and Ukrainians as a nation. We are also grateful to Canada for the steadfast support by providing unprecedented financial support, military and humanitarian aid, hosting Ukrainians who are fleeing the war, imposing sanctions, being the first to introduce tool to seize Russian assets. And Ukraine is grateful for these important actions of the direct support. But Russia's ability to fuel the war is built mainly on its oil and gas revenues that have already exceeded $100 billion for the period of war. The reason why Canada and other allies have imposed sanctions is to deprive Russia of the revenues which it funds the war. We are united with EU partners on the importance to reduce the dependency from Russian energy. This dependency has been built for decades, and unfortunately, with ignorance of its true danger. And people who stood at the origin of this irresponsible policy now visit Moscow for vacations. The urgent steps to decrease consumption have been taken by EU, and we as a country had to make the serious steps in 2014 when Ukraine totally cut off Russian gas supply to Ukraine. And today I'm addressing you not only from the position of the country that is over 5 months fighting for our sovereignty, but also from the country that for the decade has been resisting Russia's energy pressure. Our position from the very beginning was that the decision to provide the permit to Siemens turbines was a dangerous precedent that violates international solidarity and goes against the principle of rule of law. And in fact, the waiver has already strengthened Moscow's sense of impunity. We repeat that we stated before. It's clear that Russia's demand to turbines has no technical basis and was aimed only at putting even more pressure. The more you concede, the more emboldened Kremlin feels in pushing for further exemptions. Simply put, it's a slippery slope. I would like to remind you the key facts. First, Russia is able to continue full gas supply to Germany without the turbine that was shipped to Canada. This turbine is still in Germany, and Gazprom announced just yesterday that it will not accept it. Secondly, that's not true that Ukraine cannot deliver and substitute gas delivery to Germany. Ukrainian gas transition system is 40% larger in terms of capacity than Nord Stream 1. And even today, the volume of gas that Ukraine delivers to Europe is bigger than Nord Stream 1 delivers this particular day. Ukraine route has traditionally was delivering gas to Germany, Italy, Austria, and other regions and other countries of the region. And this is the only pipeline where Russian monopoly Gazprom has no stake. And it delivers gas to Europe even during the war. Delivery through Ukraine route would also provide additional security for 11 million Ukrainian households who are getting the gas from the same pipeline. Dear members of the committee, this waiver is not a one-time decision. The maintenance of all 6 turbines in Canada will cement Russia's ability for years ahead to weaponize energy and to derail the efforts to address climate change. And it will be done with Canada's blessing. The waiver was issued in the claims for better energy security, but the latest weeks have evidence that it only gave Russia grounds for further blackmailing. Russia hostile moves followed. further gas cut flow, announced another turbine to be out of order, and fully stopped gas supply to Latvia, where Canadian forces are deployed. Today, 12 European countries have been cut from Russian gas supply on political grounds. And Russia is responsible of orchestrating gas crisis in Europe. It's now obvious. And the reason for the waiver was not to allow Russia to blame sanctions for the disruption of gas supply. And now it's more than clear that additional 5 turbines that were allowed to be further maintained in Canada will be turned by Russia into tools of humiliation. And we urge you, do not take the bait. There was no need to waive the sanctions to call Putin's regime bluff and simply liar. You just can Google the history. And this logic of appeasement already failed to prevent the war in Ukraine. Ukraine is eager to work with EU countries on the measures to decrease gas. We are committed to help both by providing Ukrainian gas route, offering Ukrainian gas storages, and by supplying EU with additional electricity that can substitute up to 5 billion cubic meters of gas. And we already are on that way with EU. We are looking forward also to cooperate with Canada on energy security, both for the renewables, hydrogen, and supply of LNG. Let's not forget that since the permit was issued, Russia committed a series of war crimes. Shopping mall in Kremenchuk, Odessa seaport, killed over 50 prisoners of war of Azovstal. Over 160 civilians have been killed only in 3 weeks. Ukraine needs further military support to resist aggressor on the battlefield. And we need sanctions to deprive Russia from economic ability to continue the war. As stated, permit was issued with high hopes of the government of Canada to help strategic partners in Europe. Since this step has obviously failed to bring expected results, we ask you to revise this decision. The permit was stated to be revocable, and nobody wants other 5 turbines to repeat the sad story of the current one. Dear Mr. Chair, dear members of committee, the West has demonstrated unity and commitment to stand with Ukraine until Ukraine will win the war. Let's be tough. Let's be brave as Ukrainians who are protecting the rest of Europe from Russian barbarism. I have no doubt in your support for Ukraine and that your support to Ukraine will continue. And on behalf of all Ukrainians, for that, I want to thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. We're going to go into our first round of questions. First up is Mr. Jenis for 6 minutes. Mr. Jenis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My initial comments will be to the German ambassador. Your Excellency, as a bit of a personal introduction, I'm very proud of my own German heritage. My grandmother's family were German Jews, and although they lived through very dark times, my grandmother survived the war because of the courage of many ordinary Germans who were willing to shelter her at great risk to themselves. She lived in the Munster area of Germany, where Clemens von Galen spoke out boldly against injustice and inspired everyday German farmers to shelter my grandmother and to sacrifice in the pursuit of justice. Now, I have been carefully reviewing the arguments of your government on this issue of the turbines, and there seems to be a lot of commonalities and talking points with the Canadian government, the same words, the same turns of phrase, etc. I note that while you continually profess friendship with Ukraine and talk about unity, you seem to presume to know better than the Ukrainians do what is in their interest. It seems to me that saying you care but failing to listen is not how true friendship works. Now, as it pertains to the issue of energy, your government is, first of all, acknowledging the reality that the turbines are not needed, and that as far as this summer goes, the maintenance is routine. Your chancellor said explicitly of the turbines that, quote, it would be good if they would be there even though they are not necessary, end quote. The Russians did not need to cut production as a result of the absence of a turbine. The facts make this plain, and you have now acknowledged as much. Instead, as the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress identified, the Russians were running a test. They were testing our resolve, and in particular, your government's resolve, to see whether we and you were ready to sustain support for Ukraine through arbitrary production cuts. According to multiple media reports, your foreign minister, without claiming that the turbines were in any way necessary, told Canada that if the missing turbine led to a stoppage of natural gas from Russia, it would spark popular uprisings and force Berlin to halt support for Ukraine. In other words, your government's argument is not that turbines are needed, but rather that you do not believe that the German people can stomach the sacrifice that would be required if Russia continues to arbitrarily draw down its gas supplies. Sadly, the implication of that argument is that you would do almost anything to get them to increase that supply. Of course, now that Russia has seen your response and has heard your government say these things, they will push further and continue to use the threat of arbitrary energy withdrawal to get additional exemptions to sanctions and other concessions. Now that Russia has seen and been told that you do not believe the German people can sustain serious sanctions and that the withdrawal of energy will lead to popular uprisings, they will continue to exert further pressure, of course. And what really strikes me and bothers me about your government's argument isn't just that it regurgitates the failed talking points of appeasement, but that it seems to demonstrate a low opinion of the courage and propensity for sacrifice of your own people. We all know that sanctions involve sacrifice. Stopping mutually beneficial exchanges between people in different countries is going to have negative consequences for people on both sides. That is inevitable. But while Ukrainians are fighting and dying, not just for their freedom, but for ours as well, I think the least that we can all do is be prepared to bear the sacrifice that sanctions require of us. We must be prepared to give until it hurts if we want to prevail. But your government seems to believe that your own people would give in to the Russian pressure and Germans would take to the streets if the turbines were not returned. Now, personally, I have a much higher opinion of the German people. I believe that Germans have the potential for heroic sacrifice. And unlike these talking points about popular uprisings, I think my view has public opinion data behind it. It was reported by the European Council on Foreign Relations that more than half of Germans already want to maintain support to Ukraine in spite of high energy prices, even absent any leadership from the government on that point. When it comes to a willingness to sustain the sacrifices that are required to prevail against Russia, the problem is not with the German people. The problem seems to be with the policy of the German government and now the Canadian government. Now, of course, the challenges Germany faces are the result of a situation that came about because your country continued to take Russian gas between 2014 and 2021, even though Ukraine was already under Russian occupation. Now, your government, I think, should acknowledge the reality that Russia will constrain or cut off supply at a time and a way of their own choosing, and the only real alternative for Germany is to either completely acquiesce or to stand firm and prepare for all possibilities, policies which become more and not less likely with every concession. So, Ambassador, those are my comments. I will say, I think you have maybe a minute and a half left, and I'll give you the balance of my time to respond to those comments as you wish.
Mr. Chair, am I allowed to?
Sorry, yes, Ambassador, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Genius. There were so many points in there. My first point is that I've made at the beginning of my intervention is I can see both sides of the argument. It is a tactical decision. It is a tactical kind of argument to be made. What is the stronger measure? My government and the Canadian government has also been convinced of that, believe that we sort of the part of the it is clear to see that Russia has not been asking for the turbines in good faith and in order to reset the provision of gas. It has done it in order to blame us with our own sanctions for the fact that Europe will not receive any gas. Second point, like you, I believe that the German population is very ready for sacrifice and is very ready to stand behind Ukraine. This is absolutely true. And if you've seen in Berlin the welcome that Ukrainian families have received when they came, we have about 900,000 Ukrainian refugees, and people are very happy to welcome more of them. You have a very good point when you say we made a huge strategic mistake by creating such a dependency on Russia. It is a grievous mistake. It happened over many, many decades. It was also part of a policy of trying to tie Russia into a European security system. It followed the fall of the wall, where we saw Russia as a member of the European security system.
I'm in the unenviable position of having to cut off an ambassador. I don't cherish it. But Mr. Zuberi is up next for 6 minutes, and perhaps he'll let you complete your thought. I'll leave that to him. Mr. Zuberi, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Morans. And I'd like to thank all the ambassadors for being here and recognize that we are all standing in solidarity with Ukraine, each and every one of us, from Canada to Europe. And I'd also like to thank the panel for acknowledging that Canadian sanctions against Russia in their pursuit of this illegal war are very robust. I'd also like to thank our German allies and all European allies and their steadfastness in confronting Russia and supporting the Ukrainian people. This being said, I'd like to start off with the EU ambassador. Our foreign affairs minister earlier in the previous panel said that sanctions should aim, whenever possible, to pressure Russia firmly, clearly, but also to avoid unintended consequences upon our allies. Does the EU share this view? You're on mute still.
Ambassador, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, if I may answer.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for this question, Honorable Zuberi, MP. The short answer to your question is the European Union is determined to minimize unintended consequences of our very serious sanctions for third countries as well as for European economy.
Thank you for that. And I know that we all say this together while being very steadfast against what Russia is doing and supporting Ukrainian people. Now, to both the EU ambassador and the German ambassador, our minister, Mr. Wilkinson, said that there were no other alternatives to this decision when it came to providing the turbine. Can you speak about the importance of this decision to Germany? And in your view, were there alternative decisions that could have been made by Canada? To both ambassadors Garbeck and Sparwasser.
During the question period, you can just assume you have the floor in response to a question, ambassadors.
Melita?
Yes, thank you, Sabine. I want to reiterate what I already said in my opening statement, which is that we do welcome Canada's decision to repatriate this turbine, both because it took away the pretext that that Russia has been using for reducing the flow of gas, but also because, as you are all aware, Europe has found itself in this situation with energy security because of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, and because Europe, the European Union and its member states decided to support Ukraine very, very firmly with different means, as I already explained, ranging from financial, military, political, also support for refugees and so forth. And we are determined to wean ourselves off Russian energy. In order to do so, we need to do that gradually. We already decided to ban 90% of imports of Russian crude oil. We already banned import of Russian coal, and we are determined to phase out our dependency on the Russian gas. Now, in the meantime, in the short term, we need to prepare for the winter, and whatever flow of gas can come to Europe is, of course, helping with filling up our storages. And as Sabina already referred to, we've decided to fill our storages up to 80 to 90% by the end of the year or by the beginning of November. And here I also want to emphasize that we already increased imports of gas, natural gas, from other than Russian sources by 75% compared to last year.
Thank you for that. And Ambassador Sparwasser, do you have anything to add to that?
Just what Melita said, we're very grateful that Canada sort of changed or took the waiver in order to avoid unintended consequences of its sanctions. It was something that has been discussed amongst the G7 as well, and our US partners also welcomed that decision. In the meantime, with other sanctions, we have been going ahead and we have been trying to find sanctions that really hurt Russian interests very effectively. So it is sort of a process that we do together.
Thank you. With respect to, I know hypotheticals are things that we don't want to generally engage in, but when it comes to Germany's concerns around if the government of Canada did not grant this permit, what would have transpired? Can you please elaborate upon that, Ambassador Sparwasser?
Well, it's fifth dimension, it's speculation, but I do believe that the reduction of the use of the flow of gas in Nord Stream 1 would have been entirely blamed on the sanctions of the G7 and the EU against Russia. So it would have been, we're fighting a hybrid war. It's a war on a conventional war that Ukraine suffers and fights very, very bravely. But we're also in a war on energy, we're in a war on food supplies, and we're in a disinformation war. And I think our point of view was that we would have lost significantly in the disinformation war if that turbine had not been able to be delivered. Right now, this turbine sits in Germany. It is very clear that it was an excuse, it was a pretext, because Gazprom is not picking it up and they're inventing very strange excuses for not doing it.
I have to move on now to Mr. Bergeron, who has the floor for 6 minutes.
Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the three ambassadors for being with us today. It is indeed very much appreciated. My first question will be to Her Excellency, Ukraine's Ambassador, Madam Kovalev. We've been hearing since the beginning of these meetings, of these sessions, an argument which says that this authorization to allow this turbine to go back to Germany in fact, gave us the opportunity of calling Putin's bluff. Everyone seems to agree on the fact that Vladimir Putin set out a trap for us, but are you not under the impression that we fell into that trap?
Thank you. I think there is no need, as I've said, to waive the sanctions to call Putin's bluff. And if we call back to January this year, I will quote, "We will not attack, raid, or invade Ukraine." That was Russian Deputy Foreign Minister saying in January this year. And this and many other examples, including, for example, 24 hours after Istanbul Initiative was signed, Putin was with the missiles attacking Odessa port, where the first vessel was preparing to follow to Istanbul and then to Lebanon. And I think this is what we already understand, and it's good to hear that both German government, Canadian government, EU, one more time understood and evidenced that Putin bluffs. And with this turbine, which almost 3 weeks already in Germany, and yesterday very clearly Gazprom said that it will not accept it. So the thing is that why should the other 5 turbines need to be sent to Germany and then to Russia? And we need to all to understand that this waiver is not a waiver to send the turbines in Germany. In precise, and everybody knows this, the waiver directly to Russian war machine Gazprom. And that is the evidence what we all understand now. So I think this debate today need to be focused on stopping and not allowing Putin further blackmail our EU partners and fueling the energy war. So, and this is the only way to do it, it's to revoke, and it was, as it was stated, that the permit is revocable, is to revoke this permit.
Merci.
Thank you, Your Excellency. As the Bloc Québécois, we've clearly established that the following, that Germany and Canada, in fact, would heighten the level of sanctions to compensate for this transfer, be it in terms of military aid given to Ukraine or elsewhere. Canada has made many announcements when it comes to sanctions and military assistance. When it comes to sanctions, we've said this many times before, we are not fully sure that the government of Canada exactly knows the impact of these sanctions, what these impacts are. When it comes to military assistance, I think you would be in a position to be able to tell us what the real impact of these promises of military assistance is. Are you able to receive military assistance within the timelines?
Thank you. First of all, let me thank you for unprecedented financial support that Canadian government has already provided to Ukraine. That helps a lot to many of the Ukrainians to have the access to the social support in the country, in the war. And since we are fighting for our sovereignty on the battlefield every day, the so much needed military support in Ukraine is the urgent issue. This was, as we discussed with you when you invited me the first time, and many other meetings that we discussed with you, it's really crucially important to not only announce the military support, but we need it on the battlefield, because each day we are losing the best Ukrainians to protect our country. And we would much welcome that we will have in 3 weeks the Independence Day of Ukraine, that this announced military support will be a great present to Ukrainian soldiers on our Independence Day.
Merci, excellent.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to now ask a question to the Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany, Excellency Madam Sparwasser. Your Excellency, I was a bit surprised in your opening remarks not to have heard a couple of words in French, because you have beautiful French skills, but you were on Power and Politics NBC's program on the 12th of July. You said that the transfer of the turbine helped Germany save itself from dependency on Russian energy. How did the turbine exactly do that when it comes to procuring energy produced by Russia? Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. I will try to respond a bit in French, but it's going to be a bit more difficult for me.
Of the turbine was supposed to be a measure that would allow more gas to flow initially. We were not sure this would happen. We were testing what would happen, but we had our doubts from the beginning that the Russians would increase the flow of gas. It would be, for the European sake, for many states in the European Union, and for us, it would be would have been very beneficial if that had happened, in order to fill our reservoirs. Right now, we're at a 20% sort of flow, and I don't think we're having very high expectations that this is going to increase. What it has done now is to make it very, very clear that the turbine was not the issue. It's the willingness of Russia to try and divide Europe, to sort of cut Europe off. And we are now preparing very actively for the emergency that may be coming this winter. Melita has named the emergency plans that the EU is preparing. I have started to tell a little bit about all the measures Germany is taking, very drastic measures in order to get out of the dependency.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ms. McPherson, you have the floor for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do want to thank all of the ambassadors for being with us here today. I know this is very challenging, and I want to say that I think the one thing that we all agree on is the importance of supporting Ukraine. I know that we all want to see this horrific invasion, this horrific war end. We all want to see a strong, sovereign Ukraine. And so, forgive me for if my questions come across as harsh, but of course, as a member of the opposition, my role is to question some of the decisions that the government has made and make sure that they are the right decisions. So, with that in mind, I think we all can celebrate the fact that there is such a desire for Ukraine to triumph in this war. Well, there are discrepancies on what we think should happen next. This desire for Ukraine to triumph, I think, is very strong, and I think it's important that the Russian Federation knows that and knows how together we are on that goal. But I am going to start with a few questions, if I could, to our German ambassador, to Ambassador Sparwasser. Obviously, when the turbine was returned, right now we have hindsight, and of course hindsight is 2020. But now we know that the Russian Federation, that Putin has no intention of fulfilling its promises. So in fact, how has the decision to send the turbine back, how has that actually helped the German people? How has that not just undermined Canada's sanction regime and our collective sanction regime, and not helped Germany in any way?
Thank you for that question. I mentioned the disinformation war. We are all in our society subject to Russian disinformation, in Canada as much as in Germany. To have the pretext, to have Russia be able to say that the fact that we didn't return the turbine is the reason why no more gas is not flowing would have been a pretty difficult argument in the disinformation war. The way we have it now, the turbine is there, they can have it. It's not the turbine that's the issue on the energy supply. Makes it absolutely crystal clear to anybody that Russia has been lying about it, and this is not a necessary thing. So in that sense, we called their bluff. I think that is actually a good thing and a good outcome of the this very, very difficult procedure. And I do want to.
Just if I could interrupt, sorry, but knowing then that this is the reality that we're in, that we've now, as in your words, called Putin's bluff, and that we are in a situation where we know that this was never his intention to provide the the natural gas or the gas that Germany requires, do you think that we should be revoking this waiver? Do you think that, because clearly sending another 5 is just, you know, bad pennies after good? Like, why would we do this now? Why would we not revoke the waiver as Ukraine is asking us to do? What is the value of that now? We've proven that Putin has no intention to live up to his obligations. There is no benefit to the German people. So I don't understand why we wouldn't revoke that waiver at this point.
Well, I think that's something to decide. And obviously, with the turbine not being picked up, that question absolutely arises. And I think we will discuss that in the near future. Right now, I can't give an answer to that. But right now, there is one turbine. Russia doesn't seem to want to pick it up, has declared it won't pick it up. And this is sort of the next steps to consider.
Okay, thank you. And then I actually have a question, if I could, for Ambassador Gabrick. Could you tell me, you know, you speak of the support of the European Union in this situation. Does that include all members of the European Union? Can you clarify whether there was support for this decision from countries like Poland, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia?
Thank you for this question. I would like to clarify that the European Union passed 7 packages of sanctions against Russia, and that all sanctions are actually accepted in unanimity, meaning that all 27 member states have to agree. And all 27 member states agreed to all 7 packages of sanctions.
But was there unanimous support to for Canada to waive this particular sanction? Was there support from other countries to waive to support Canada's decision to waive the sanction on the gas turbines?
The executive branch of the European Union, the European Commission, welcomed the decision by Canada to repatriate the turbines, as I explained earlier, both in terms of taking away the pretext, as well as for potentially helping with filling up the gas storages for the winter.
So the executive branch, but perhaps not all of the members of the European Union. Is that accurate?
This welcome was actually issued by the executive branch, the European Commission.
Okay, thank you. And I have, I'm going to go back and ask one more question, if I could, of Ambassador Sparwasser. So in July, Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland said that she understood Ukraine's response, but that she defended the government's move. She said, and I quote, that Canada heard very clearly from our German allies that Germany's ability to sustain its support for Ukraine could be at risk. She mentioned that the United States backed this, that it was a position that Freeland described as very significant. I'm just wondering if you could share with us what was the support that the German government was worried that they would have to withhold if Canada did not return those turbines to Germany.
There was not sort of a discussion of withholding any kind of support to Ukraine. We stand solidly behind Ukraine, and we have been amongst the strongest donors on every type of aid on Ukraine. What the remark is referring to is indeed what I've been saying earlier. We're in it for the long haul. We need to be able to sustain it as an economy. As an economy, that's a very important part of the European Union and a motor in it. We need to sustain it also in face of a lot of disinformation. We need to have the full support of our population, which we have now, but we need to also keep it up, because we need to keep up that support for the long haul, and we need to help support Ukraine, looking towards, and again, we need a solid German and European economy.
Ambassador.
Thank you very much for that.
Mr. Bazan, you have the floor for 6 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank all 3 ambassadors for joining us today. It's good to see you all. Would like to first of all, I want to thank Ukraine and having Ambassador Kovalev here, and just say first of all of Ukraine is in our thoughts and prayers. We know that you're on the front line, standing up for Western democracy, standing up for human rights, and fighting against Putin's war machine. I'd also want to say this, that as conservatives, if we were government, we would never circumvent our own sanctions regime. We would not have approved the export of the turbines to Germany. In fact, we would have dived in and worked with Germany to provide more of our own natural gas. We would have been making sure that there was Canadian oil and other energy products available. And essentially, we would want to work with our friends in Germany on making sure that they would keep open their nuclear power plants to provide the energy they need to power their homes and their industries, especially during this time of transition away from the dependency on Russian energy products. Ambassador Kovalev, you've talked about, that this is appeasement. Often we talk about important moments in time as a Chamberlain moment or a Churchill moment. Do you believe that Canada and our allies on this issue of the turbines did appease as a Chamberlain moment rather than standing up like Churchill?
Thank you. And one more time, I would like to thank you for this committee and for the Parliament for the united support for Ukraine. You've done a lot, including the motion on the genocide, the support of the legislation of seizing assets, and Canada has been leader and example for many sanctions that Canada was imposing the first. And it is, and we do value it. And this is, as President Zelensky mentioned, it is a very dangerous precedent. And we don't want, I think nobody of us want to be also the precedent, the others to follow, but the negative one. In terms of the decision, I think, and we heard today the arguments, and we heard these arguments while we were discussing, and Ukrainian government, Ukrainian ministers have some discussions with Canadian ministers and with German government on this. And we were from the beginning very blunt. Because we as Ukraine have went through this Russian energy terrorism. I don't know whether everybody knows, but Russia has already switched gas to Ukraine during the winter 3 times already, 2006, 2009, and 2014. So when we were saying from the very first time that they are bluffing and there will be no renewal of gas supply, I don't want to say it blunt, but we said it, and actually we are where we are, and even more. Because when turbine arrived to Germany, Gazprom further decreased gas flow. And this is what we understand from both of the history on dealing with energy terrorism by Russia, but also with dealing with a direct and very barbaric war in Ukraine. Putin understands only power, and Putin understands strength. And in this particular situation, what we see that Putin and his gas monopoly Gazprom is using the power of supplier. And the Europe and our all European allies, and together with Ukraine, we are ready to support to use a power of consumer and not undermine this. And that's why we proposed a very pragmatic actions, not to just cut the gas flow to Ukraine, but we proposed alternatives that are on the table. And by the way, they are today delivering the gas to many European countries.
I appreciate that, Ambassador, Your Excellency. I just know I got very limited time here. And I just want to ask 2 very short yes and no questions. One to our ambassador from Ukraine. Does Ukraine need more military weapons, like sniper rifles, like armored ambulances? And also, if they're just hold on, I got also a question for our ambassador Sparweiser, but more military support, especially in light of the the sleight of hand of moving these turbines and putting more gas in Putin's war machine. And also to our German ambassador friend, is there a moral obligation here by Germany and the EU, for that matter, to make those sacrifices you talked about, so that we can stop the genocide and the war crimes that are being committed against Ukraine? Yes or no?
I think we feel a strong moral obligation to support Ukraine in its battle against the Russian aggression. And Germany has changed its policy 180 degrees 2 days after the attack. Germany has by now delivered a lot of weapons. I can give you access to the full list if you want, but is also in the process of delivering some very heavy multiple launch rocket systems, howitzers. I'm just checking Gepard tanks, which are anti-aircraft tanks. So we're sending very serious heavy weapons to Ukraine in order to help it defend itself. We're also supporting Ukraine as one of its biggest donors financially and in every other way we can.
Mr. President, I have been fairly lenient with time in this particular meeting, but we are well over 6 minutes. So I'm going to move on to Mr. Sorbera, who has the floor for 6 minutes.
And can I answer
thank
the
you,
question?
Chair. Ambassador, which one was?
Sorry,
who's asking?
can I ask you also, can I answer the question for me as well?
Mr. Sorbera, how would you feel about the ambassador answering this question under your time, and then you can.
Thank you, Chair. I will definitely, if the ambassador wishes to take up some of my time, provide her the time at this moment to answer that question if she feels. Absolutely. Please.
Thank you very
much. Go ahead, Ambassador. Great to see you today.
Great to see. Thank you. My short answer will be yes. We do value the support of all our allies, Germany, Canada, US, all the European Union and other countries. And yes, we do need more military support.
Chair, I'll begin now.
Yes, I'm sorry, Clerk. I just need to clarify: is Mr. Sorbera's round 5 or 6 minutes?
5.
Sorry, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk. 5. Okay, my apologies. So, Mr. Sorbera, let's go 5 minutes from now. You go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. First thing, I have to say this because I would be remiss if I didn't. I have 3 beautiful daughters at home, and they are growing, and blessed to have them. And I see 3 ambassadors who are female today, so kudos to that. And I do want to point that out because as much as we're talking about many issues of the world, the women's rights and gender equality is something that's very, very important to our government and important to myself as a father of 3 girls. And I do wish to point out, I just want to say welcome to Ambassador Gabrick. Nice to see you again as the chair of the Canada Parliamentary Association. We've had many great conversations, and the recent trip to the Council of Europe was a very productive one for myself, and MP Bergeron was on the trip as well. And I know we had a lot of great discussions with actually including the delegation from Ukraine. We spent a lot of time with them, and it was very, very fruitful discussions. On to the matters at home, because they are matters at hand, excuse me, because they are very serious. And one thing I've learned in politics, it's easy to get into Monday morning quarterbacking and looking back and allaying blame or saying you made a mistake because they're in the past and you can only move forward and make decisions going forward. In governing, you have to make tough decisions and you have to make tough choices. Obviously, we made a decision in terms of shipping back the turbines to Germany or to mainland Europe to be used in for the pipeline, and I think I fundamentally believe it was the right decision. I stated that to the ministers in our government, and it was the right decision. And I think our allies have backed that. But there is a conversation going on in terms of a strategic transition of Europe's energy flows, and energy security is so important for Europe. And yes, there's a dependence. This dependence is being reduced, and it's so important to keep the European populace, the European population, the everyday European that is facing very high inflation rates, very, very high energy rates on side, and to keep our allies united. And I believe fundamentally Putin, in whatever term you want to reference that person, is only about dividing us and whether it's disinformation, whether it's using food as a weapon or energy as a weapon. So I do first want to turn to the German ambassador. I read your comments. I do want you to, if you could please reiterate the transition plans in terms of reducing Germany's dependence on Russia as an energy source, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sabara, for that question. So Germany is trying to get out of Russian gas as fast as possible. We have reduced from 55% right now to 26% of dependence. We're doing enormous efforts to save energy. We're doing enormous efforts to diversify by getting more energy supplies from many of our partners and filling our reservoirs in view of a potentially very difficult winter. And we're speeding up with every sort of drive we have. We're speeding up the energy transition. Germany has passed a number of laws so that we can now build renewable energy much, much faster. It's being declared in the national interest and security interest to build up renewable energy fast. And we are building up at very high speed also LNG capacity. We are looking towards trying to find long-term partners. We're also looking towards Canada for LNG as a transitional energy, but mostly also for green hydrogen as the energy of the future. And we're going to invest a lot of drive into that.
Mr. Sabara, you still there?
Apologies, I guess I got rusty on the turning off the unmuting. Just to clarify, Chair,
40 seconds.
The Ukrainian ambassador left the meeting. I do not see her on screen.
She's in the
room. She's in the room. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Quickly to Ambassador Gabrick and then to the Ukrainian ambassador. Ambassador Gabrick, you're here on the ground in Canada. Can you please tell us how the relationship is between yourself, the European Union, and Canada in relation to working on the many issues facing Ukraine, facing energy security for Europe, and doing the right thing for the longer term? And then to the Ukrainian ambassador, I'll turn it over to you for the last 20 seconds if you have any closing comments in terms of what I've stated. Please, Ambassador Gabrick.
Thank you, MP Sabara. Very quickly, we have had an excellent cooperation with Canada. We have been working together to support Ukraine, also to coordinate, to inform each other about the sanctions against Russia. And we have been looking to and analyzing how Canada can help Europe with the energy security. Among other things, we have now this working group on energy security that was established in March. And that is actually looking at all these potential sources of energy that could be imported to Europe from Canada, including LNG, including hydrogen, but also enhancing our cooperation on critical raw materials. All of this in the context of our joint commitments to a green transition and to net zero economy by 2050. So as I said in my opening statement, we very much appreciate Canada's proactive investment in European security and in supporting Ukraine, but also everything that Canada is doing, all its efforts to find ways to help Europe also with energy.
Apologies, we are quite a bit of over time on Mr. Sabara's round. I'm going to have to move on to Mr. Bergeron for 2.5 minutes. You have the floor, Mr. Bergeron.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question will be to the Ambassador of Ukraine. Now, given the dead end that we're facing right now, the alternative of the Ukrainian pipeline, should it be considered once again by Europe?
Thank you. I think that we were much discussing today about the decision that was made, but I think it is also important now one more time to realize where we are now with this decision. And we are now with this decision not only when the first turbine stuck in Germany, but also with the decision that the other 5 that will be waived to maintain in Canada will actually will allow for another at least 4 or 5 years for Gazprom to manipulate and to terrorize Europe on the energy market. And also we need to be aware that they will definitely use it to tackle our climate change goals, because for them it also a huge challenge while they are the biggest energy producer. We know that, we see it in Ukraine. Russian missiles already hit 90% of all of the wind farms. They have been stolen and destroyed solar farms. They are precisely attacking, and we see it in our territory, all of the renewable energy, because this is the threat. They also have been, for the many decades, supplying Ukraine with cheap gas, so that all of the Ukrainian production dropped down significantly. And only since 2014, Ukraine cut off the gas supply from Russia direct and increased a lot in our own production. So it is a very dangerous move to leave these other turbines, because we leave the door open for Putin still further blackmail Europe. And I think that is, and I do agree with Ambassador Sparwasser, that it's right now to sit down all together and rethink, because the first attempt to plea Putin failed, as it was obvious for us, and now it's the right time to revoke the sanctions permit, to revoke the permit.
Qu'en est-il de...
What do you think of the Ukrainian pipeline alternative?
From the very first day we proposed to use Ukrainian pipelines. Today, Ukrainian pipeline is already supplying physically more gas to Europe than Nord Stream 1. And Ukraine transmission system is the biggest in Europe. Ukraine has the biggest gas storages. And historically, this pipeline and the flow of gas from Europe, from Russia to Europe, was done through Ukrainian route. And it's also worth to know that Gazprom booked the capacity, paid for it, but using even now 40% for what was booked. So if today Gazprom wants to help Germany with the gas supply, Gazprom can do it. But we all realize with all of the waivers that Gazprom does not want it. But still, we are ready to do it. We are also working with other partners, including Moldova, including our regional partners like Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary, to find the new instruments of the infrastructure, new corridors, so that the LNG flow that is coming to the countries who now physically have the LNG terminals in Europe, so that these gas can move also to the other countries of the region. So we were quite open with this. And in addition,
sorry, Ambassador,
yeah, thank you.
I have to move on. Unfortunately, these rounds are very tight and we've been going on a bit. But Ms. McPherson, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I do want to again thank the ambassadors for all being here. I know this is a very difficult conversation, and I appreciate your honesty and your candor and sharing with us. I didn't get an opportunity to say this to Ambassador Sparwasser, and I wanted to just make sure I got that on the record, that I want to congratulate you and the German government for your reduction in reliance on Russian gas. I think it's very, very important that we note that. To be at 26% in such a short period of time is really, really remarkable. And so thank you for the efforts that have been done by the government, by yourselves, and by the German people. The questions that I have today now are for Ambassador Kovalev. Ambassador, it's lovely to see you. I wish I could see you in person. That pin on your breast looks beautiful on your jacket. What I'm worried about here is what it means with this when we have allowed Putin to blackmail us, when we have allowed him to act with impunity with regards to this turbine. And I wonder if you could comment on whether or not you are worried, whether or not you think that it is possible that other countries will take this waiver as an excuse for them to not live up to the sanctions that they have put in place, if that is a risk that you have, and particularly around energy, but also around food, because we do know that as well, Russia is using food as a weapon of war.
Thank you for that question. And yes, this was the very first argument that Russia is testing our unity and is testing and pushing to concessions. And every in each concession is actually allows Russia to move further. And even with this particular case, there are the other blackmailing which coming from Russia. If we look on their statements, one of that was issued yesterday. Now they blaming not only Canada sanctions, but also EU and UK sanctions. Does it mean that everybody will also follow the example of Canada and make their own waivers? That was a very dangerous precedent. And I think it's important now to realize that these concessions does not have any real impact, as we see with this turbine. And that is important to actually to fix the situation, to revoke this permit and to show Putin that actually we are all united and strong, showing him that we will not do further such mistakes.
Thank you, Ambassador. Now, I'm the next round, so I'm going to pass the chair to Mr. Bergeron. Do you accept the chair, Mr. Bergeron?
Oui, bien sûr.
Yes, of course, Mr. Chair. Mr. Morantz, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Sparwasser, I just want to seek some clarity on how this came about. So when you decided you wanted the return of turbine, you came to the Canadian government, and as concisely as you can, what were the specific reasons you made to Minister Joly and Minister Wilkinson and others in the Liberal government for the return of the turbines?
Excellence.
Merci. The government, and that means in this case, it was mainly Minister Habeck, wrote a letter to Minister Wilkinson in which he explained that the turbine was a contractual obligation of Siemens to provide service and maintenance to Nord Stream 1, and this was a crucial part of maintaining Nord Stream 1 from functioning, and or at least that the Russian government was saying this was a crucial part, and that the turbine was very important to continue to provide the functioning of Nord Stream 1 for European countries that wanted to fill their gas reservoirs. He didn't, or we didn't say that we totally believed this to be the reason. We always were quite aware that this might be a pretext, but it was the reason given.
Thank you. So you never made the argument then that Canada should return the turbine to call Mr. Putin's bluff during those discussions. Is that correct?
No, that's not true. That argument was made.
And so I guess what I'm struggling with is when the news first broke that Canada was going to break sanctions and return the turbine, that wasn't the explanation that was given, that Mr. Putin's bluff needed to be called. The explanation that was given by your government and our government was that natural gas supplies needed to be restored to Germany. So I'm wondering if that's the case, if that argument was made, why wasn't your government and our government transparent about the actual reasons, not just the flow of natural gas? And you made it clear in your statement, you didn't believe Mr. Putin then, and you don't believe him now. So you never believed that Mr. Putin would increase the flow of natural gas. So that leaves me to believe that the real reason was that you wanted to call Mr. Putin's bluff. So why not in early July publicly say that? Why wait until Gazprom has refused to accept delivery of the turbine to say it? It seems very odd to me.
Yeah, Mr. Morans, what we didn't believe was that the delivery of the turbine was absolutely crucial to the technical ability of Nord Stream 1 to continue to function. That was what we doubted from the very beginning, that this was the case. But we thought, or we argued that it was important to fulfill that obligation in order to make it quite clear that there is a political will to deliver the gas or not to deliver gas.
Very quick. Really, it's a yes. It's a very simple answer. Why didn't you advise the public when the announcement was made that it was to call Putin's bluff? Because that's what you're saying now. Why not a month ago when the Canadian government did it? Why didn't you say that why didn't you give that information to your public and yeah, why?
We thought that the turbine was potentially a way of continuing more gas supplies, and we wanted to test it. It doesn't.
But you said in your opening statement, we did not believe him then, and we do not believe him now. So you never believed that the gas flow would improve. It was always about the bluff, according to you today.
It was always about thinking that insisting on the turbine was insisting that the turbine was absolutely technically necessary. That was always the question that we had, and we had it from the very beginning. We were very transparent about it. I can't find it to you in a hurry right now. I could read you the interviews that Minister Habeck gave, and it is very clear that this was the case.
Monsieur Morans, je vais devoir vous arrêter ici.
Mr. Morans, I would need to cut your time and give the chair back to you.
Thank you very much. I accept the chair, Mr. Bergeron. And
I believe I'm the next Liberal speaker, Mr. Chair.
On ne vous entend pas, Monsieur le Président.
We're not hearing you, Mr. Chair.
The clerk has texted me that it's Mr. Sarai, but if it's okay with him, Ms. Ben-Dayan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to our three ambassadors appearing before the committee today. Your Excellency, Ambassador Sparwatzer, I think I'll begin by asking you, in light of comments that I referenced earlier in a previous meeting today of your foreign minister, but also of several comments that you made in your introduction a few moments ago. You mentioned that the reduction of the flow of gas through Nord Stream 1 would have been entirely blamed on the sanctions. And you also stated later in your introduction that there would be heavy repercussions for your ability to continue your support of Ukraine. And so I would like to hear you on the consequences of Canada having refused to grant the request of Germany. How do you feel that would have affected the support of the alliance, the support of Germany, but also of other European partners for these sanctions, given the impact on your population?
Thank you. I believe I've mentioned that beforehand, that this is a hybrid kind of war, and it's a disinformation war. And to have given the argument to the Russians that we brought the lack of gas upon ourselves would have been a strong argument in the disinformation war. That
and the consequence of that disinformation to your people.
Well, it could erode our support in the long term, but as I say, right now support is strong, but we want to keep it that way.
The previous Conservative member asked quite a few questions about the importance of, or not of calling Mr. Putin's bluff, and and questioned the public communication around calling President Putin's bluff. Obviously, as a poker player, I feel quite strongly that you don't announce that you're calling somebody's bluff when you do it. But I do have a follow-up question to that line of thought, and that is, now that we have called Russia's bluff, is it Germany's view that Canada could revoke the permit and following the request, of course, by the Ukrainian ambassador today?
Well, I think we have to see what happens now with the turbine that's there. I would hesitate any kind of guesses on what's going to follow. But obviously, if Russia doesn't pick up the turbine that's sitting there ready and in perfect condition, it creates a different kind of situation.
And so if the turbine never does make it to Russia and continues to stay in Germany, would it be Germany's position that we could revoke the permit?
I don't think we have a position. I think we now have a decision by the Canadian government to support us in this, and we will see what happens. We have to see what happens.
Thank you, Ambassador. And Ambassador Kovalev, I also wanted to, of course, thank you for your testimony today and for reiterating your gratitude for Canada's support. At our last meeting, you insisted on the importance of Canada's unprecedented financial and military support, and of course indicated that the history books would remember that Canada stood shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. That continues obviously to be a priority for our government, and I hope that continues to be the way that your government and that Ukraine views our steadfast support for Ukraine, and that this decision was taken in the context, which I just mentioned, of the importance of ensuring that these sanctions remain in place and the continued unity of the alliance.
So first of all, I would like also to thank you for, as I've already mentioned, for the steadfast support of Canadian government, German government, EU government, and many allies. We see on the Rammstein format, which was already several times, the number of countries who are sitting in the table and coordinating the support of Ukraine, first of all, the military support of Ukraine, is increasing each day. Because each day the world understands that the war in Ukraine, it's not only the Russian barbarism on one country. The consequences of this war is far below Ukraine and even beyond EU borders. These dimensions of this Russian aggression, as we are today discussing, the energy security, the food security, the nuclear security on the European continent. There are many things that this war brought to the global peace and global order, the challenges. And there is a very clear thing that where we are on the opposite side. If we look what Russia is doing on energy and terrorizing Europe, we, on the contrary, are trying our best to, as much as possible, deliver food and Ukrainian grain to the global markets. Under the threats, unfortunately, many Ukrainian farmers are dying on the fields because of the mines, because of the shellings. But despite that, we are planting, we are collecting harvest with the great support of Canadian government, who are helping Ukraine to buy so needed grain storages to allow the world to get the Ukrainian grains. The first ship already went through, even after Russian missiles attack hit the port. The next 16s are already coming, awaiting to come for that. And while Russia is doing the opposite, and turbine is an exact, very blunt showcase of how they are threatening the continent, I think we need to be clear on punishing Russia for that. And as we are talking that the consequences of sanctions don't need to hurt everybody, yes, in the short period of time. But we need to consider what will happen if our policy of appeasing Putin will enforce him to move further. And we need to understand what consequences will be on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ambassador. Sorry to interrupt. Mr. Clerk, I realize we're at the hour. I was wondering if there's committee support for another round of 15 minutes.
Sure.
Is everyone agreeable to that, ambassadors and members of parliament? If that's the case, there's four rounds, correct? So maybe we'll do 5, 2.5, 2.5. Mr. Jenis is up next. You have the floor for 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's clear to me as we get to the end of the day of hearings, there's a consensus that the delivery of the turbine has and will not achieve anything practically in terms of access to gas. This was supposed to be rather about exposing the Russians and removing an excuse. One turbine has now been sent. The Russians have not restored the flow. I do not believe sending that turbine was the right decision, but if it had any purpose at all, the turbine has been sent, and as it has exposed the point. At the very least, I think we should be able to agree that no more turbines should be sent. And we on this side are strongly in support of the call from the Ukrainian ambassador to, at this point, revoke the permit. It should be obvious that if the government's rationale holds, that the objective they said they were trying to achieve has been achieved, and now no more turbines should be sent. And I hope at some point we're able to get support from the committee for that recommendation. I want to conclude the time and use this round of questions to speak to the Ukrainian ambassador. Thank you for your testimony today, and all of us have been heartbroken to see the atrocities being committed against the Ukrainian people, and also inspired by the heroic courage of Ukrainians. I did want to mention and pay tribute to Emile Antoine Roy Sirois, who's a Canadian citizen who volunteered to go fight alongside Ukrainians and was killed in action. Of course, he joins many Ukrainian nationals and heroes who have died in this war. But I wanted to mention him as a Canadian citizen who volunteered to join that effort. Ambassador, there's been a lot of discussion about the alliance and about the need to have unity within the alliance. What bothers me about that discourse, of course, is that the most important thing for the alliance in terms of being united is being united behind Ukraine. And there's such an emphasis seems to be being put on Canada and Germany being united in their position, but that position is at odds with the most important ally in this equation, which is Ukraine. And I suspect as well that there are many other nations in Central and Eastern Europe who have the same concerns about this policy of turbine export that I do. So, Ambassador, I wonder if you can speak to discussions you've had with other members of the broader alliance of democratic nations, how they perceive the energy security questions, what the position of other EU members, for example, other than Germany, might be with respect to turbine export, and how the alliance is divided in light of the fact that Ukraine has not been listened to in the case of the turbine issue.
Thank you. And it's really not an easy and rather complicated issue about the energy security in Europe. And because of one big elephant in the room, which is Russian Gazprom. Unfortunately, this elephant was growing for the decades and hurting, buying, bargaining a lot of countries with the different ways. And since the war started, we already have been seeing several attempts for Russia to blackmail Europe. And the first cause was the Russian decision to force the countries to pay for Russian gas in rubles. We see many countries and many European companies who opposed to pay in rubles. And this was the first move. Russia cut the gas to these countries. But they already found the way on how to find the alternatives. There was another big push. Unfortunately, for those countries who accepted to pay in rubles and followed Russia's blackmailing. They turned out in the situation where now they have almost zero gas flow. And this is the two lessons which is important, I think, for everybody now to learn, that any appeasement of Putin's energy blackmailing can be successful. The second important thing that Russia itself already sanctioned, for example, a big Polish route. That could be also the alternative one to Nord Stream 1. We had a story with another pipeline, and pipelines are the best examples of this Putin's policy of influencing Russia to the European policy. This was the story of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. We as Ukraine and many Eastern European countries for years has been advocating that this is a purely political project that has no grounds. A year ago, the sanctions from the Nord Stream 2 was waived, but then the sanctions was input back in February this year. And we do value and we do understand that after many lessons, we all now on the same page that Nord Stream 2 has been a political project and now it is blocked. But Russia is still raising this new question. So this is important, one more time, to not to allow to make the mistakes and not to appease Putin. And for many countries of the Europe, especially for those 12 who already face the full cut of Russian gas, they are finding the alternatives. Everybody in Europe is finding the alternatives. And we as Ukraine also finding, since 2014, buying the gas from other sources.
MP.
Thank you, Ambassador.
My apologies. Mr. Sadhu, you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First off, I'd like to thank all the ambassadors for taking the time to join us here today. I also want to take the time to commend Germany and, of course, the EU for the transition to clean energy, and, of course, for your solidarity in standing alongside so many allies with Ukraine as we continue to impose sanctions and stand alongside our allies to support Ukraine in this very difficult time. Ambassador Gabric, as you know from our previous conversations, we spoke about how Canada can help in terms of delivering clean energy to the European Union, of course, to our allies. I want to hear more about the situation with coal-fired plants in Europe right now. We do know it's going to be a tough winter ahead, and it's something that I know you're looking into. Also, I want to ask if you can elaborate on the short and medium-term issues facing the EU should Russia shut off its gas supplies.
Thank you for this question. Indeed, the European Union is actually preparing for the potential possible further disruptions from Russian side of energy supplies. To this end, as I said, I already mentioned that we have a plan to phase out our dependency on Russian energy sources altogether. This plan, it's called Repower EU, is actually envisages to the diversification of our energy supplies, accelerating deployment of renewable energy sources, which we have been doing at great speed. And we are also strengthening our energy efficiency and energy saving efforts are a big part of this this plan at this point. A very immediate effect. We decided to in solidarity to reduce 15% of our gas consumption demand by 15% in solidarity with one another within the European Union among member states, but also in solidarity, of course, with Ukraine. So we are looking for alternative and more secure supplies from reliable partners such as Canada,
while fast forwarding the green transition. And we've been working very closely and intensely on finding these avenues through which we can cooperate with Canada to find concrete and viable areas for our cooperation. And to identify the needs of the EU or match the needs with the capacity of Canada to identify the challenges, to actually also come up with a plan on how to proceed along this line. And of course, the conversation on energy cooperation is ongoing, including through the EU-Canada high-level energy dialogue. And there are options for mid to long-term energy cooperation on the table.
Thank you for that, Your Excellency. Mr. Chair, how much time do I have left? Oh, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I think we're down to about the last 10 seconds. So
oh, okay,
I
that's
think I'll
fine.
just move on.
I'll wrap it up. No, thank you so much, Ambassador. I appreciate that.
Yes, Ms. Bergeron, 2.5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question will be for the Ambassador of the European Union, Ms. Gabrich. You made sure to signal in your opening remarks that the EU was careful about not imposing sanctions that would risk putting in danger the energy supply to EU member states. But when you saw Canada introduce its regime of sanctions, and knowing that the maintenance of turbines was envisaged, did you warn the Canadian government about what could happen?
On ne vous entend pas, Excellence.
We are not hearing you, Ambassador.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Bergeron, thank you for your question.
Actually, as I explained in my opening remarks that you referred to, the repatriation of turbines is not in contravention of the EU sanction regime because the goods and technology linked to transport of natural gas is not affected by EU sanctions, and neither is Nord Stream 1 affected by these sanctions. So this is certainly something that I think answers your question.
Oui, sauf que ma question.
Yes, but my question was more geared towards the following. Given that Canada's sanctions were running the risk of affecting turbines, did you warn Canada at the outset about the situation rather than finding ourselves in a situation where we have to manage this unfortunate outcome?
Not that I am aware of. I would also venture to say that this would not be something that would be in a prerogative of the EU.
Maintenant,
okay, since we are seeing that this was only a pretext from Putin's side, and the European Commission declared that the return of the turbine takes away this pretext, why maintain this authorization?
Mr. Bergeron, I'm sorry, we're at 2.5 minutes. Perhaps you could submit your question in writing to the clerk and get an answer that way. Ms. McPherson, you have the floor.
Peut-être que Madame Gabrich.
Maybe Madame Gabrich could respond in writing to the members of this committee.
Yes, is that acceptable? Thank you. Ms. McPherson, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes, and that will wrap up the witness portion of the meeting.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, thank you to the ambassadors for being here. I guess what I will end with today is just, ultimately what has happened with with the result of this waiver is that we still have no energy supply that is necessary going to Germany. We are still in the exact same situation. Unfortunately, we just have a undermined sanction regime, but we do still want to ensure that Germany has the support that they require to get through the winter and to manage their energy crisis. And so I would ask Ambassador Sparwasser if she could please comment on what Canada could do more to help Germany right now. To help in the short term, I think is really what we're looking for those solutions for.
Thank you so much, Ms. McPherson. The Canadian side is helping by backfilling as much as possible into also the US effort to provide Germany with more LNG. We have been receiving from a lot of our allies, Norway, Netherlands, US, and others, quite a bit more LNG. We've been importing it. We're building up LNG ports very fast. In the medium term, in the long term, Canada can be a very important supplier for our energy security, and Canada can be one of the countries that allows us to pursue our two goals: become independent of Russian energy and to fight climate change and to become carbon neutral. And we see Canada as a prime partner working as a transitional energy, maybe on LNG, but mostly working on hydrogen. And we are actively right now pursuing talks with government, with provincial government, with companies. This is a very big target for us as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And I'd like to end with Ambassador Kovalev. Ambassador, what would you like to see Canada do? How can Canada support Ukraine more at this time? I'd like to give you the final word for this session.
Thank you. And given this opportunity, I would like to thank you, everybody, for devoting your time for this particular matter, to the Canadian government for the steadfast support, for Canadians who are helping Ukraine, standing with Ukraine, and helping those Ukrainians who came to Canada fleeing the war. It's very important. And the war is going on, and it's very important for all of us, Government of Canada, EU, Government of Germany, and other allies, to continue the support, because we need to win this war, not only for us as the country, but also for everybody, for us as being a democracy. We do value the support of all our partners, and we do fighting hard on the battlefield. And we do count on further support, further standing with Ukraine until our victory. Thank you for standing with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. And I can't say in my brief time as a member of Parliament since 2019, I've never seen Parliament so unified and steadfast on any issue than this. And our hearts and minds are certainly with you. And as the one of the ambassadors said earlier, I'm sorry, I can't recall which one, this is a debate among very good friends. And I think that's the spirit in which this meeting was conducted. And I want to thank you all very much for answering our questions and your patience with our system in terms of how we time the allocation of rounds. I know it's a little annoying from time to time. So with that, I think we can release our witnesses. And again, thank you very, very much for being here. Now, I see a hand up, Mr. Genuous.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was going to just suggest we have a quick conversation about when we're going to meet next, because we had talked about a number of different witness panels we wanted to hear on this subject. I think maybe rather than having a standalone meeting again to discuss committee business, it might be good to just exchange for 5 minutes to figure out.
Chair, I'm going to say a point of order, if I can interject, please.
Sure, Mr. Barrett.
Yes, Chair, we've gone past, we're now 5:18, we've gone past the 5 o'clock time. We asked for 15 minutes of extra time. It was unanimous consent. We went over. I move to that we just adjourn the meeting now, please.
Yeah, just on that point of order, Mr. Chair, you can't move a motion when you don't have the floor. So, I mean, the point of order, I mean, you're allowed to raise a point of order, but you can't move a motion. Point of order.
I guess
I'm not trying to move any motions or anything, colleagues. I just think it's a point of discussion here. When do colleagues think we should meet next? And I mean, I think we had committed to working to try to get to the bottom of this issue. And I mean, if members prefer, we can schedule another meeting for committee business, I suppose. But I think it makes sense for us to just to try to identify when we're going to meet next to proceed with this work.
I'm not sure if that's a point of order.